I guess I didn't have that much. Oh, right, because I threw them all over here. Okay. Don't need all these things over here. Those are all useless. Let's kill those. Okay. Alright. Anybody can hear me? Just checking. Anybody hear me? Anybody hear me? Why are there so many songs about rainbows? Da 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 da. Someday we'll find it. The rainbow connection. The lovers, the dreamers, and me. What am I trying to look for here? Elena. So let's do that. And then we're going to come over here. And that should do it. Oh, whoa. But this is going to take a while. Wow! I hope that speed goes down. Guess not. Okay, hang on a second, then I will not worry about that for now. What I will do, however, is come over here and go to this PC. And I should have 3 terabytes free. Is that enough? I'm sorry, 74 gigabytes. I think that should be enough. Let me see. Here's something over here. 12. And something like this is 26. 12, 26. Yeah, it should be enough. Okay. All right. Cool. But just double checking again. Just making sure everybody can hear me and everything is all good. And what's up, Douglas LFC? What's up to YKS Hyerin, I think? Or it's Hyerin. Not sure if it's particularly more Asian pronunciation, more English pronunciation. Hyerin, okay, Hyerin, got it. Whoa, what is happening? Okay. Happy day, everyone. Yes, sir. Where is it? I know I had it somewhere around here. I must have closed the window. I guess I did. I know I had it open at one point. Ugh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, let's do this. And then also I want to do this, like so. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Seems like a lot of people are busy right now, perhaps. I am trying to... there we go. That is what I'm looking for.
Just want to give big ups to Kev.
Okay, let's see. Where is it? Yeah, there we are. What's up, Drunken Banana? Thank you for the always the constant support and the subs. Always appreciate you, man. All right, here we go. Let's see. Got all that ready to go. Just make sure I have some drinks available for me. Just out of curiosity, I mean, I know there's not a lot of people in here, and most of the people that I'd want to talk to are the ones that aren't going to be here. But I wonder, is the later start time making it harder for people to, like, actually catch the stream? It probably would be better if I maybe tried to go back to the earlier time. What? Oh, right. That's why, okay. Yeah, I'm just curious if people preferred it when I streamed at an earlier time before for it was Tuesday, or if they're okay with it being at this time these days. Just curious what people are saying. So, yeah, it is rather late on Eastern time, for sure, for sure. Oh, God, if I could just figure out a way to get my schedule, like, better, I could try to go back to an earlier time, at least a little bit. Maybe instead of targeting, like, 5:30 like I used to, maybe I just target 6 or something like that. I mean, it's only half an hour of a difference, but a lot of it times is just because I wake up so damn late. And a lot of times I wake up so damn late because I also go to sleep so damn late as well. And hey, yeah, okay. Oh, my head feels lighter now. One of the reasons why I really wanted to get this haircut, honestly, is because so, you know, I know a lot of people know that, you know, on my Discord, I've been talking about, you know, going to the gym and streaming a little bit. I mean, and swimming, doing some swimming for exercise and stuff like that. Well,
James, switch the cameras.
Buffer on screen. Oh, you're right. You're right. What is that coming from? Oh, that's the cat cam. That's what that is. Yay, there we go. But whenever I try to swim freestyle, when I come up for air like this, I just get a mouthful of hair. And it's not fun. So, back to short hair here, so, and might make swimming a little bit easier, so. Yes, I definitely know you go to sleep late as well, El Zilcho. But yeah, hey, thank you. Wow, look at that. 11 months from White Lens. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Thank you. Appreciate it very, very, very much. Obviously, there's a lot of things going on in the FGC these days. A lot of things to talk about and everything like that. And, I'm still just trying to, continue trying to teach people and go over and do some match analysis, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm really curious out there if there's anything in particular anyone wants me to talk about. Obviously, the Capcom pay-per-view thing got announced again, and I mean, needless to say, that was it's tough because like I sit there and read it, and like it's very easy to look at it and be like, oh, so they're not gonna change anything. But at the same time, I look at it and I'm like, wait, is it worded in a way that they're saying like, oh, tickets will go on sale in November as planned? Does the as planned is the thing that carries a lot of weight or not, right? Do they mean as planned in terms of like, yes, it's gonna start, the sale is gonna start on this day as planned? Or are they saying that, okay, on that date, we're gonna start selling everything as planned, including price, etc., etc. I'm not 100% sure. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure exactly what they mean, because I've seen some people interpret it as, the latter, whereas most people are interpreting it as the former. And interpreting it as the former is, yeah, it's pretty easy to do. But I wish they would put out a clarification or like, kind of discuss it a little bit more, because I feel like right now there's a lot of people making assumptions, and I don't know if these are good assumptions, etc., etc. Oh wait, hang on a second, I forgot to do this. There we go. Take this out, grab this, go here, go over there. No, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. There we go. Yeah. All right. Oh no. That'll work. Okay. Thank you, Bold Sad Guy. And Bold Sad Guy, question to you. Was it easier for you to watch before when I was on at an earlier time? Because I do tend to stream late because my schedule sucks, and I'm not sure if like I should try pushing it a little bit earlier and stuff like that. But obviously it depends on where you're from. But this is kind of a weird time frame for US, because I think that this is a little bit like, like peak hours for like the Atlantic Ocean, maybe, or at least like good afternoon hours for the Atlantic Ocean. I don't know if that's very good, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm curious what people think. That's all. Curious what people think. Anyways, yeah, so that whole thing with the ticket, that's right, I was in the middle of doing something, and then I ADHD'd and OCD'd and all this other stuff. Let's see, I'm trying to grab the thingamajig, and now I'm getting a text. Oh, okay. God, please don't mess this one up, James. Please don't mess this one up. Okay, okay. What do I got? Okay, let's do this here. There we go. Okay. All right. It's in Eastern time right now, so it's 11 p.m., a bit late. Oh, okay. That's true. So Atlantic Ocean would actually be bad time. So this would be morning time for EU right now. Okay, yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. But yeah, just curious about what a lot of people think about that. But is there any, like, just doing my, excuse me, pre-show Q&A routine over here. Just curious if anybody's got any questions, if anybody's got any sort of like thing that they would like to know my thoughts on right now, because like I said, there's a lot going on in the FGC, and sometimes it's hard for me to keep track of everything, and I forget about things, and then I don't talk about it because I forgot, things like that. Oh wait, I was gonna do something else, and I ADHD'd again. Okay, let's see here. Is it this one? Which one is it? Oh, I see what's going on. Oh God, I'm so confused. Oh my brain. All right, here we go. I haven't gotten much sleep the past few days, so I've been strangely very tired. Okay, it's not going to be there. It's going to be on this one here. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see here. What am I looking for? What is it that I am looking for? Bowl sad guy. Unfortunately, I'm none of the above. I'm team soda, and that's just like the worst thing that I could possibly do. So I wish I wasn't, but that's just how it is, unfortunately. Coffee, I can't do. I can't do coffee at all. It's just the aftertaste is too strong in coffee. And unfortunately, because I'm so used to soda, the only way I can drink tea is if it's boba milk tea, because then it's sweeter, and then it, I can do that, and it has all the tapioca and all that stuff like that. So, whoa, can I do that? Ooh, interesting. Just started see, I'm ADHDing again because I'm getting some ideas about something over here, but I don't know why this would actually be useful or not. I gotta stop. Oh, interesting. Oh, I see how that works. Sorry, I'm totally spacing here into other realms. What's up, Choni Ranchito? Yeah, I decided to get a haircut for several reasons. One of the main one for me is I just wanted to get it cut because it was getting long, but also when I'm swimming and I do freestyle, when I come up for air, I just get hair all in my mouth. So it makes it so that basically it's harder to breathe in air when I'm swimming. Oh, what's up, Master Procrastinator? How you doing? Thank you. Appreciate it. Gotta let it grow out a little bit too and stuff, but I'm gonna try to get it cut more often. It's just that haircuts are pricey, but I just one of those costs that you pay for having a consistent guy who's really, really good and who understands Asian hair. Although the thing that he does, like when I got it cut, when he cut my hair earlier today, he blew dry it and just added, and then he made the texture on it look really nice, and I was like, I don't know how to replicate this, man. I don't know how to replicate this. Oh, no. It's not that. I mean, I have drank all amounts of coffee. In fact, I always tell the story that there was one year in college where I had 3 finals on the same day. And I didn't know that if you had that situation, you can actually call or talk to the school or talk to your professors, and you are you are obligated to have one of them move to another day because they recognize that that's just not fair. I didn't know about that, but so I had 3 days and I was like, I've got to be up studying forever. And so my friends who knew I hated coffee, they're like, okay, we're going to give you some strong coffee from Starbucks or something like that, but we're going to make it like a mocha, and like a double shot of mocha or whatever, blah, blah, blah. We're going to add all this chocolate and and you know, all this stuff to it to make it as sweet as possible. And they're like, trust me, when we get it like this, you can't even tell it's coffee anymore. And I was like, okay. And I drank it, and the first thing I could do was tell that it was coffee, and I couldn't drink it. I couldn't drink it. Like, I just couldn't do it because the coffee aftertaste is something that is so prevalent for me, and it's not an indication of that the coffee is bad. My problem is that coffee, how do I put this? There's a They Might Be Giant song on a children's album called John Lee Super Taster, which I have always joked about that I am also a super taster. I taste things for a very long time, especially things with particularly strong aftertastes. And so not only is it coffee, but onions. Like, if I eat onions, like, one of the reasons, like, I never mind the taste of onions, and I eat onions in a lot of things, but in general, I'll avoid them, because every time I eat onions, I taste onions for the next 4 days. I take it for the next 4 days, dude. Like, I just have onion in my mouth forever, and I can't get it out of my mouth. And so I feel like that's, yeah, I mean, some people are saying the same. And it makes me think of that whole thing about bean sprouts, right? You know, they always use that as an example in case you guys don't know about this, but there is a gene in humans that one is dominant, one's recessive. I don't remember, but if you have that gene, you just can't eat bean sprouts because they are bitter beyond reasoning. And for everybody else, bean sprouts don't taste like anything. Like, it's just literally like you're eating crunchy water. And I'm a person who thinks that bean sprouts feel like crunchy water. I still don't like them because I actually really hate the texture of bean sprouts. So the texture bothers me. But I also wonder about that with things like coffee and things like onions. You know, if there are just people out there that have like certain things that just make it so that, you know, every time I eat onions, I taste it forever. Yeah, cilantro is another one. So the bean sprouts one is about being bitter, and then cilantro, I've been told, you either think it tastes like cilantro or you think it tastes like soap. Like, there are people out there that eat, so there you go. So just in time, I literally just said that. So soap plays. I'm not sure if the 7 is supposed to be said, but yeah, yeah, he says parsley tastes like soap to me. Yeah, exactly. And cilantro, which I believe is in the same family-ish, right? So, yeah, there's people out there, for them, it tastes like soap. And so I wonder if I'm just one of those people that when I drink coffee, like, the aftertaste, oh my God. Like, anytime I can't even, like, if there's an ice cream coffee flavor, like, I can't eat it, right? Like, there's the what is it, like, there's a lot of tiramisus out there that are very coffee flavored, right? If I'm not mistaken. Is it the tiramisu or is it a flan or something? There's like one of those desserts out there that has a very strong coffee taste, and I just don't like it. You know, I don't, yeah. I mean, that whole, yeah, it is the tiramisu, okay. Yeah, I mean, saying coffee tastes like burnt shit, like, I wouldn't describe it that way, but I know exactly what you're talking about. It really feels like every time I drink coffee, and I know people are gonna say, that's because the coffee is bad. No, trust me, like, it just tastes like I ate something kind of burnt in my mouth for like the next 3 days, and I'm just like not a fan, you know. I'm not a fan. So Yeah, coffee, I don't know what it is. God, when I had espresso in France, tasted like dirt and cigarette ashes. Ugh. So yeah, I'm starting to think it's a gene thing. I really do think that there's probably a gene that for some people, like it just doesn't taste right, which is crazy to me because coffee is a part of society like as much as like sleeping is, you know? I mean, people have been drinking coffee forever. And so you would feel like that there are people out there, like you feel like that, you know, most human beings would just enjoy the taste of coffee, but there's a lot of people out there that just doesn't like it. So oh yeah, I had a whole case of A&W. I mean, root beer. Root beer is also a soda as well. That A&W was it A and oh yeah, it was A&W. Yeah. I always get I always try to get multiple sodas because I am such a soda junkie. So at night I try not to drink any caffeine, which I'm failing right now because I'm tired and I need the kind of energy boost so I can be excited on stream. Woo! You know, kind of a thing. So I'm definitely tempting fate here because this could keep me up for a very, very long time. But we are going to talk about some high-level footsies a little bit later today. Okay. Does that no? Is it Control C? Nope. Okay. Oh yeah, it did work. Okay. All right. Does that look better, or does this look better? I think this looks better. Yeah, I think that's what I've done in the past. Okay. Anyways, OCD that time. So trying to get into the Chengdu time zone? No, not really. Not trying to intentionally. But I think it's mostly just been the last couple of streams that I did. I started late and I keep saying, this will be a short stream. And then like you see the fast forward time, you know, time lapse of the clock moving forward like 6 hours. And I'm like, all right, guys, it's 5 a.m. I guess I should stop the stream now. So like yesterday, I was like, I'm going to do a short stream, get Marisa the Master, and that's it. But then I got Marisa in the Master in 2 matches. So I played a bunch more, and then I ended up streaming all the way to 4 a.m., dude. Like, crazy. Speaking of footsies, I've been playing the game Footsies, and it's actually been helping my footsies in Street Fighter 6. That's awesome. That's really cool. What is the correct pronunciation of QANBA? You know, like, it's really unfortunate because it's kind of messed up, but it's a company name now, so you can't do anything about it. But if you wanted to properly phoneticize it from Chinese to American, it should have been QUANBA. It should have been QUANBA. The harder part about it is that when you phoneticize Chinese using the pinyin system, Q is a CH sound. So it's not Quanba, it's actually Trenba, I think is what it is. So Tren, I think, is like like a punch, a strike, right? Chen is yeah, no, a lot of people say Kwamba because somehow it proliferated that was kind of the right way to do it, but people say Kwamba, and that's technically, if we wanted to say it in English, we would just call it Kwamba. That's what we say. Almost everybody just calls it Kwamba. But in Chinese, it's actually like Trenba or something like that. I don't remember the accent on the second one. Let me see. Kwamba written in Chinese. Let's see if I can research it over here. Oh, yeah. So it just means like King Fist or something like that. So, yeah, it's Trenba is what it is. So I was like Trenba or Trenba. Wasn't sure, but it's Trenba. And so Tren, interestingly enough, is the word for punch and would actually be Ken's name. So in Japanese, when you hear Hadoken or Shoryuken, the ken is actually Chen in Chinese. So that just means punch. So, or fist, right? Like fist. So when Chinese people say the word like punch or something like that, they use the same word as fist. So it's just like fist punch, you know, kind of thing like that. And so that's actually like, that's why they say Hadoken is like motion wave fist. And Shoryuken is rising dragon punch. But the ken is the same ken in both of them. So it's just fist or punch. And that's the same word that's in Ba. And ba, according to this, just basically means overlord or something like that. And so it's basically like, you know, you're like the God fist, basically, is the best way to kind of put it. So I was confused until I realized you have YouTube comments showing with your Twitch comments. Yeah. Before I had the symbol on which chat they come from, but I was told that's not allowed to be done. Like, you can't stream on YouTube and show the Twitch logo. You can't stream on Twitch and show the YouTube logo. So I had to take those out. So yeah, it's Chemba is the real way that you're supposed to pronounce it. However, in America, we just call it Kwamba. Like, hey, it's Kwamba. Hey, I got a Kwamba stick. Blah 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 blah. You know, and stuff. And so like, hey, what do I play on? Well, let me tell you, I play on my Kwamba 2009. You know, Kwamba 2009. You know, kind of a thing. So just a shameless plug showing you the Kwamba 2009 because it's really cool. But yeah, there's a lot of like interesting details about the way Chinese is translated into English using the pinyin system. And there's a reason why it ended up in the way that it does, with weird things like Q being a CH sound and you know, X being an SH sound and stuff like that. There's a very, very logical reason why that happened. But as a result, a lot of the times when you see words in Chinese, you know, you're just not going to pronounce it right? You know, when people say the feng shui engine or the feng shui engine, like, I'm like, because actually ENG, when you see it written out as a Chinese, you know, phoneticized Chinese, it sounds like ONG. So it's actually the feng shui engine, basically. Feng meaning wind, and shui meaning water. So it's basically wind water. Feng shui this whole time is basically wind water, right? And everybody knows about the yin yang symbol, right? Like, especially if you're old like me, and when TNC surf design was super popular, you know, the yin yang sign, right? They call it yin yang. But it's actually pronounced yin and yang. I don't know what the accents are. Let me actually look at this up in Chinese. Let me see. What is it? Yin and yang. Yin, yang. And in Chinese, like when you actually phoneticize Chinese, let me check to make sure I'm right on this one over here. I'm just trying to see something right here. In Chinese. There we go. Let's see. Yun. Yin. Oh, where's the Chinese word? There it is. Okay. What I'm going to do is this. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to take it into Translate, Google Translate over here. And I'm going to paste this. Yeah. So what they actually do, they write, when you see the letters UN in Chinese, it doesn't it's not pronounced, for a phoneticized Chinese, it's not pronounced un. It's actually pronounced yin. Like, so, yin, like if you have like a D-U-N, it'd be like duin. If you saw like, so when you see Y-U-N, it's not yun, it's actually yin, yin. So like, here's the pronunciation from Google Translate, if you can hear this.
Yin.
Right? Can you guys hear that?
Yin.
It actually is yin, yin, the way that it's pronounced like that. That's why when it first got popularized in America, it was called yin yang. It was called yin yang, right? Because it was yin yang. And so you think it's yin yang, right? But it's actually yin and yang, basically. Oh, yeah, that's right. How do you pronounce the yang over here? Let me see this here. So, no, that's not what I'm looking for over here. Okay, let's go to all over here. Let's see. Yeah, so yin yang, but what's the accents over here? Oh God, here's one of these scary YouTube videos that I'm not sure if this is right, but let's see.
You're looking at how to pronounce the name of this Chinese philosophical.
Oh God, I don't even want to look at that anymore. Oh, it's yang. Okay, yin yang. That's what it is. Yin yang. And so that's what it is, right? And so, you know, for the longest of time, people have been saying yin yang, yin yang, yin yang. It's actually yin yang. Yin yang. Yeah, it's yin yang. And so what happened is they decided to phoneticize it correctly. It should have never been Y-I-N. That's yin, not yin, which are two different sounds. And so when they decided to name Yun and Yang, they used the correct phoneticizing of it based on pinyin, right? So it's actually yin and yang, right? So yin, yang, that's actually their names. And so that's kind of like, yeah, so when you think of the yin yang symbol and stuff like that, they named the twins yin and yang because they're two sides of the same thing, right? So it's actually kind of a pretty generic name to have given yin and yang, you know, to that way. But it's also why a lot of the times when you hear me on commentary and I'll just like casually be like, yeah, blah, 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 but yin and yang are doing so-and-so, like I actually, like, without the accents, I actually try to pronounce it correctly. But yeah, the whole thing about them, that it's the same name. Hey, what's up, John the Automaton? And hello, Quickman 573. The interesting thing about that, Quickman, is that I am inside your computer, but you're also in my computer. How does that work? Dun, dun, dun. Chun-Li is actually Chun-Li. Chun-Li is how you actually pronounce her name in Chinese. I don't know how the Japanese decided to phoneticize it or translate it, but they always say Chun-Li, right? But it's Chun-Li. Chun-Li is how you pronounce her name. And basically, God, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that properly or not, but that means like spring, like springtime, right? And Li means beautiful. So her name is actually like a beautiful springtime. Like she's like, you know, like, I mean, beautiful spring is like the best way I could, like you can tell what they're trying to get by that when someone says beautiful spring. It's just like you see the spring and it's just beautiful and the sights of colors and it's gentle and loving and blah, 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 blah. So yeah, Chun-Li is her actual name. The Zhang part of her name that they gave her in Street Fighter the movie and in the G.I. Joe figures, which were based a lot on the Street Fighter the movie, is non-canon. Zhang, so they say Zhang, Chun-Li Zhang, but that's actually not canon, and it wouldn't even be Zhang, it would be Zhang, which is a very, very very common last name in Chinese. In fact, if you guys know anything about Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, Zhang, that's the same Zhang that they wanted to give to Chun Li. But it's not canon, so who cares? So it's just Chun Li. They don't actually have her, as, she doesn't have a surname. She doesn't actually have a surname at all. At least canon-wise. A lot of the characters in Street Fighter don't have last names. In fact, most of them don't have last names. It's interesting because me and Olaf talk about this a lot. Like, SNK gives a last name to everybody, right? Kyo Kusanagi, Benimaru Nikaido, right? Like, Iori Yagami, like, everybody has last names in SNK games. And in Street Fighter, nobody has a last name, right? Ken Masters, yes. And Masters, I'm not even sure where that originated from. I don't know who was the first one to actually call him Ken Masters. Like, I feel like that was also kind of like a G.I. Joe-ish kind of thing and stuff like that. Yeah, so Sean and Laura have Matsuda. Juri has Han for sure. White for Cammy is, yeah. So yeah, I think Masters was made up by a toy company and it's stuck. So the newer characters, they're doing it a little bit, at least for the three main characters, because we've got Kimberly Jackson, Luke Sullivan, and Jamie Sho, right? So they actually gave those three actual last names. So it feels like they're trying to add it. Yeah, Hoshi is not a real last name. Charlie Nash is a retcon to make it so that both names exist. Cammy White is not her actual last name, though little by little it seems like Capcom is turning that into canon, as evidenced by the fact that in one of the pictures in Street Fighter 6, Cammy is holding a phone, and I think it was on the back of the case, it says CW on it. So they might be canonizing White. Edmund Honda, maybe, because I don't even know if Honda is actually a last name. Is Honda actually a last name in Japanese? Like, I'm not even sure if that's actually a last name. And I don't know if Guile's first name is actually William. I don't think it is. Is it? Like, it's in a Street Fighter fandom thing, but fandom you can't trust at all. Do they call him William at all in Street Fighter 6? Well, Honda being the name of a car company doesn't necessarily mean that it's a surname. So in Asian languages, only certain things can be surnames. I don't know if that's true in Japanese, but in certain, especially in Korean and Chinese, that is why so many people have the same last names in those countries, is because only certain words there's like a fixed number of words that can actually qualify as a family name. I don't know if that's the case in Japan, but I would assume so because Chinese and Korean do this. So that's my assumption. And so, Honda being a car company, you're never really sure. Doctrine Dark, dude. Doctrine Dark, I swear to gosh, almost got me canceled during the esports highlight that we did this past weekend. Jesus Christ. Oh, okay. The name of Soichiro Honda. Okay. Tristan Taylor's Japanese name is Hiroto Honda. But, okay, is that properly written? Because when you ever see something like a lot of the old Japanese names that we used to see before were not flipped properly, right? So, for example, like I'm trying to think of a popular Japanese person that had their name not flipped properly, because most of them are flipped properly these days, right? But, using other Asian languages as an example, like Yao Ming, like if you actually called him Mr. Ming, you're wrong. it's actually Mr. Yao. Yao is his family name. In Asian languages, you say the family name first, right? Which is why you actually see Zhang Ziyi, the girl who was in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. She now lists her name as Ziyi Zhang. Basically, she swapped it around whenever you see her published in papers. Because people used to always call her Zhang Ziyi, Zhang Ziyi, Zhang Ziyi, and they would be like, Miss Ziyi, Miss Ziyi. And it looked, no, she's Miss Zhang, right? Like, it was always backwards. So, yeah, see, like in the wiki, like White Lens says, it's shown as Honda Hiroto, which means Hiroto is actually the family name, and Honda is his given name, right? So it's actually backwards. So we have to, like, that's one of the things to, Vietnamese is similar, says Phoenix as well. So, that's one of the things to be careful of out there. But, I mean, back to Guile, has he ever actually been named? Where did my cursor go? Jesus Christ. There it is. Has Guile actually ever been officially named as William? Like, I'm looking at the Wikipedia page, and there's no mention of William anywhere on the page. Except when they talk about the live action movie. I don't know if the movie called him that, but I'm not even sure if that movie is true or not. Trying to see here. Oops. Because Street Fighter also has that database thing, right? Yeah, here we go. Oh no, that's a fandom page. I don't want the fandom page. Okay, here's the official Capcom. Where is it? I don't think William is ever mentioned anywhere officially. Because I still think Guile is assumed to be his first name and not his last name. So I don't know. I don't know, honestly. I don't think William is officially canon yet. I'm pretty sure it's not, actually. So, oh, yeah. She does say Colonel William Guile, yeah. But again, the 90s film isn't necessarily canon. So whatever happened in that movie is also, take it with a grain of salt kind of thing. Bison, do they consider the last name a boxer, or is it a title? I would say that that's probably been heavily retconned, because I'm sure Bison was supposed to be his last name, because he was just supposed to be Mike Bison, right? Like, he was literally Mike Bison. And it's so weird that it took me until like earlier this year to realize that's why all of his moves are called Buffalo stuff. Buffalo headbutt, Buffalo this, because his name is Bison and it's supposed to be like Bison, Buffalo. And it never registered into my head, and I'm like so confused. I was like, wait, what? Kind of a thing. So, what's up, Richard? What's up, Richard Wynn? Ken Masters was given his last name to disambiguate from Ken Carson, the Ken from Barbie. Really? I'm not sure. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, localization is a pain. Like, localization is what has messed up a lot of the stuff. Again, hey, what's up, Nightwing, the best Robin? When you actually talk to Olaf, for example, I mean, the whole Leopold Genitz, like, he went down the rabbit hole on that one, and there is no official source calling him Leopold. And so SNK doesn't even acknowledge Leopold for Genitz. It's really funny. But yeah, so a lot of the new characters have last names, but most of the characters in Street Fighter really just don't have last names. You know, they just don't. Or they don't have first names and we just don't know, right? So, although for Chun Li has to be her given name because again, Chun nor Li are surnames, right? There's a lot of Li surnames, but it's not that Li, which is the confusing part because you can talk about all these different surnames but every word in Chinese, even including accent, has a bazillion meanings. And so if you have a ton, like could mean 5 different things, but only one of them is allowed to be my family name Chen. So it's tricky. I only recently learned pretty much every Street Fighter 2 revision gave each character a bunch of win quotes, but the localization only bothered to translate 2 each. And in fact, in the arcade, they only translated 1 Quick Man. In the arcade, there was, oh no, you're right, there was 2. No, there was only 1 win quote in Street Fighter 2 in the arcade, and it was the Super Nintendo version that actually gained the second one. If I'm not mistaken, in the early arcades, like Guile saying, "Go home and be a family man," I think only showed up starting on the Super Nintendo version. Well, God, I can't remember now. Holy crap. Whoops, I hit the wrong button. Sorry, hang on, guys. Hang on. I pressed the wrong button! Okay. There we go. Yeah, arcade had 1, SNES had 2. Yeah. No, I think Guile's win quotes, shoot, in Street Fighter 2, that's Street Fighter Alpha 3 win quotes? Come on, Google. Yeah, that's right, yeah. So his quote in the arcade was, "Are you man enough to fight with me?" That was it. That was his win quote in the arcade. It was only on the Super Nintendo that we were introduced with "Go home and be a family man." And yeah, the Japanese version of Street Fighter 2 had a lot of extra things. Like, I think even on the continue screen, they had tips like, perform a fireball by doing this motion, you know, stuff like that. And everybody had multiple win quotes. But yeah, in the arcade, there was only 1. There was dude, that Deadpool reference of "you press the wrong button," like, is like one of the most, like, I use that quote a lot. I pressed the wrong button, or you pressed the wrong button. Oh man, the cats, they finished eating, so they probably went downstairs to rest. Or Jasmine might be up here somewhere, but I don't see them, so. Yeah, Japanese version had a lot more stuff in there. And so yeah, and again, you must defeat Shang Long to stand a chance, that Ryu says in his only win quote in the arcade. I mean, now everybody famously knows that that's a mistranslation. But not only is it a mistranslation, well, it's not a mistranslation. The thing that makes it really confusing is that they didn't even write so what I think happened with the localization team, I think what happened was the Japanese quote is, "You must defeat Shoryuken," right? Or they might have even put it as, they might actually say, "You must defeat Shoryu to stand a chance." You know, you must defeat Shoryu as to stand a chance. But in Japanese, Shoryu is written in kanji. And so when the localization got it, they were like, "What does this kanji mean?" And when they did the translation, I think they got the Chinese translation, which is Sanglong, or is it Sanglong? I don't remember what it is. It might be Senglong. I can't remember which word because Seng means like rising, but Sheng I think is also similar in a different way. So it might have been Senglong. But yeah, it came out so that they wrote the Chinese translation on there, right? So they wrote Shenglong instead of Shoryu, and that just caused all of the confusion, basically. That confused all of the confusion. Oh, thank you, Brees or Bryce? I'm not sure. But yeah, like localization messed up a lot of stuff. A lot of the craziness we have today is made out of that. I mean, again, we wouldn't have Rolento and Urian if they realized how to correctly translate the katakana for Julian and Laurent into English. But the problem is, like, Julian in katakana is written as Urian, right? Like Urian. So like they were like, what the fuck does that mean? I don't know. How does it sound in Japanese? Urian, okay, Urian, right? And then Laurent is Lorento. And so they're like, what does that mean? And so they just wrote it as Rolento, right? Their names were supposed to be Julian and Laurent, but now we have Urian and Rolento for the rest of our lives, dude. I mean, Julian would have been lame only because now we're like, wait, that sounds weird. But like, if he was Julian from the get-go, I don't think it would have sounded as weird at this point. That's the thing. Couldn't they ask Capcom? Dude, Capcom USA and Capcom Japan, like, localization, they were very separated. Because remember, this was during a time with like less internet. They're asleep, we're awake. You didn't have Zoom calls. You didn't have chat that you could just talk to these people. Like, there was a lot of disconnect in those situations. And like, sometimes you would just give it to, like, Capcom would probably had a localization company that they hired out. And those guys don't have access to Capcom Japan. So they're just doing their best, you know, like, it's hard. Yeah, no, Laurent is a real name. It is a real name. So, yeah, no Microsoft Teams, nothing. No Google Teams or whatever it is. I don't even remember which one is which. So yeah, it was hard to have a lot of that communication back in the day. So, well, no, the Mega Man US cover art doesn't prove miscommunication. It proves that the US thought that anime looked too foreign and that they couldn't sell it based off of it making it look like a cartoon. Because again, there was this whole thing when my generation were kids, that when we played video games, we hated it when people were like, video games are for kids. And so we're just like, yeah, no, our video games are cool. We're bad at video games are awesome. Yeah. And that's why video game culture from back then was so abhorrent, and why video game culture back then sucks and is now kind of a meme now, because not only did we avoid things like cutesy, you know, Mega Man anime characters and then gave Kirby angry eyes, like we would take the actual Kirby art and always give him angry eyes in America. Like if you look at the box changes, we took Ranma 1/2. Please look up, if you haven't done this, look up Ranma 1/2 on the Super Nintendo and a game called Street Combat, okay? Like, oh man, that whole story is just ridiculous. Oh my God. And so, you know, a lot of what we got back then was like that, you know? And so when Sega then decided to go for the Genesis route, they doubled down on the whole, like, yo, we're awesome, we're video gamers, rah, and decided to go down the weird, crazy, like, we're insane, and here's this advertisement with a dead bug splattered on it, and let's talk about, like, bodily fluids, and like, oh, hey, like, you know, this game gets you these ugly girls, and these games give you these awesome hot women. Like, Sega Genesis, like, seriously, like, it was a remarkable ad campaign because it worked, but I will never forgive them for the kinds of ads that we had resulting from that era, because then Nintendo had to try to follow suit, and so they started making all those horrible advertisements, which is why that picture of Jared Leto's Joker memed up will always be one of the funniest things I've ever seen, because Nintendo literally had a play it loud campaign. They were like, play it loud, you know, all this stuff, and they did all this like ridiculous stuff. And so when Jared Leto's Joker came out, someone put this on over, someone did this. And again, like, oops, that's not the one I want here. Up here, I want this. This will always be like one of my favorite images, like, ever. Like, cause this shit is just, like, I saw this and I just started cracking up, dude. Blast processing on Nintendo was made up. Yeah, Genesis does what Nintendo don't. And so when the first time I saw Sonic the Hedgehog on the cover of Nintendo Power, because Sonic the Hedgehog was coming onto, I think it was the GameCube, we're like, wait, if Genesis does what Sega does, what Nintendo don't, but now Sonic is on a Nintendo platform, like, doesn't that break the space-time continuum? Oh, man. But yeah, this image, like, will make me laugh forever, dude, because it's so, like, this is exactly what those ads look like. Like, Jared Leto's Joker is, like, prototypical, exactly like what they were trying to do back in the day with these Nintendo ads and stuff. It is just like, oh my God, this thing was hilarious. It just, like, I saw that and I was, like, dying for a while, dude. I was laughing so hard. But yeah, I mean, the whole nature of kids not wanting video games to be perceived as a toy, to be perceived as something for little kids, drove the fact that we did not have Mega Man anime art, and why Rama 1/2 became Street Combat, you know, etc., etc. So Ugly Box Art Mega Man was their attempt to try to make a hardcore, like, they tried to make it look like some post-apocalyptic, like, crazy thing, and, you know, having a guy shoot out of an arm cannon they thought was unrealistic, so they gave the guy a gun, like he's holding a gun. Like, you're just like, oh my God, you know, the resistance they had to the anime culture because it looked so kiddie was something that they tried to shy away from. So they kept hiring these terrible artists until they realized people really enjoyed it. Like, what I don't understand is, like, they had these really great, almost looks like anime still frames in the Legend of Zelda instruction manual, and every kid I knew loved it. And we're like, is this actually a movie? Is there actually a cartoon in Japan? And when Mega Man 2 came out, there was a sticker that came with it, distinctly of Mega Man in anime form on item number 2, the rocket sled. And it was awesome. Like, every one of us were like, dude, this looks so cool. You know, even a lot of the artwork in the instruction booklet of the original Mega Man was done more in the anime style. And, like, they couldn't do it for the boxes, dude, because that's how they were selling it, right? So, oh, Nintendo of America did not want anime box art. Interesting. Okay. Oh, no, I know what Phalanx is about. You mean the weird old guy in suspenders about, like, a space game or something. Oh my God. But yeah, like it's crazy. It's crazy. The whole thing was like driven by a lot of like, cultural, like trying to stay away from cultural things and et cetera, et cetera. So the ugly box art Mega Man wasn't about localization or mistranslations. It was just more like they were scared and they wanted to market it differently and they thought they would have. And you know what? I'll tell you this. I probably would have never gotten into Mega Man if my mall didn't have one of those little Nintendo stations where you could demo a game for like 2 minutes. And so we played, me and my brother played Mega Man, and we were like, this game is awesome. And so we ended up buying it, basically. So I read a lot of the Japanese Rockman comics, and the designs are so cool. And one of them, Quickman, is treated like the goddamn Akuma of the squad. Heatman is a great comic relief, etc. That's actually really funny because me and my brother used to draw Mega Man comics a long time ago. And I know I've mentioned this before because some of you are like, can we see him? We would see him? Like, I'm like, I don't know. Like, there's probably a bunch of like old, like tasteless jokes in there because we were so young at the time. But we gave a lot of personalities to a lot of the characters, and Heatman, we kind of turned into like a snobbyish character because he doesn't have a mouth. He only just has the hole, right? So he always looks like, and his eyes were always half closed. So he always just looked like, I'm better than you. And so we made him really like snobby, but we made Windman like the dumbest guy ever. Like, cause again, I was obsessed with puns. And so like what happened is my brother would draw the art and I would write in the bubbles and like try to make it as goofy as possible. It was just a fun little thing. We did it that way. So my brother would actually storyboard the comic, but then I would write in the word bubbles for everybody, and I would make a lot of bad puns because, Mega Man is about bad puns. Even when America made their cartoon, it was full of bad puns. But for Airman, we made it so like he kept trying to make puns, but they were like really terrible and like the worst puns you could possibly imagine. We made Airman the biggest idiot on the planet. It was hilarious. Oh my God. How did we get here from talking about William Guile? Because we were talking about last names and all that. Dude, like we just went full circle around into all sorts of different directions. This is hilarious. I should probably try to move on to the real topic here because this might take a while, as usual. Oh, right, yeah. I mean, they even changed the name of the game to Bust a Move, right? Instead of Puzzle Bobble, right? They changed it to Bust a Move. And that's why it was really confusing when Bust a Move came out on the PlayStation 1 with the I'm the greatest dancer of all and I can something, like that game was really confusing, but then lawsuits, and that's why they had to change the name to Bust a Groove instead, because I think SNK actually had probably a lawsuit with them, because they're like, we have the right to the name Bust a Move for a video game in America, so. Again, when it first came out on the PlayStation 1, it was just called Bust a Move. And they had to change it to Bust a Groove at some point in time. The first time I saw Bust a Move, though, is I think where people were playing imports. So maybe that's what happened. When it finally came out in America, they might have changed it to Bust a Groove. But because a lot of people were playing the import, we knew it as Bust a Move at first. Yeah, that's right, the Playboy. I'm the prettiest Playboy. I can't remember the song, but that's always the one that stuck in my head. That was like everybody's favorite song, was the Playboy guy. Yeah, Bust a Move is the bubble popper game. Yes. And then Bust a... Oh, God, you know what? I'm so going down the wrong rabbit hole here. Why am I doing this? Again, I'm going to do the thing that I always do every few months and bring up audio atrocities, baby. one of my favorite sites from a long time ago, which made me think of where is it? Where? Yeah, there it is. Oh my God. Oh, why? 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 Oh my God. This is awful. If you guys remember when Bust a Move came out in America, speaking of, we don't know how to market a cute, bubbly, like, puzzle game. This was their box art. It was so addictive. It should be illegal. What is all this? And all these balls have some guy with, like, matchsticks in his eyes to keep his eyes open. This is the game where you pop monsters in bubbles and the music is like, you know, like you're just like, what the hell, dude? Like, what is going on? Oh my God. But now it's just making me think of audio atrocities. Oh, and I gotta play my favorite clip of all time. The voice clip of acting in Super Bust-A-Move 2 that is so bad that me and my friends and everybody else who has listened to this clip cannot replicate this voice acting. We all have no ability to sound as disinterested as whoever lady they got to voice this line. You will never hear anything literally more disinterested than this sound of here.
Oh, they're still chasing me. Wah!
I don't know how, like, I'm always like, wah, and I just can't achieve that level of disinterest.
Oh, they're still chasing me. Wah!
Like, it seriously feels like someone is like, say this line for the game, and she's like chewing bubble gum and twirling her hair and like looking at a book. She's like, all right. And then like she just says the line like she's not even looking. Like, dude, seriously.
Oh, they're still chasing me. Wah!
Oh my God, it's one of my favorite sound clips of all time. If you guys haven't gone to it, audioatrocities.com, super old site. It's still up though, and it still has everything. You can spend a lot of time just laughing your ass off on this site because some of it is a gold. But what's the one that's like the absolute biggest tragedy of it's Last Alert. Last Alert, dude. Like, this has so many clips, and it's just like,
you've shown me some fancy action here. The damages on this ship and the weapons aboard will come to $1 billion.
People will hate you, Steve, if you're too stingy.
yes, the person read the line and said the word stingy, not stingy, but stingy. Yes. And then, oh gosh, where is this one here? Where is it? Oh God, which one is it here? Like, every time I hear these voice clips from Shenmue 2, like, I just picture everybody in the town, like, standing there staring straight ahead as, like, blank zombies or something. Let me see if I can find the right clip.
Do you have a minute?
No.
That's
Talk
not
to me
the one.
later. Let
me see if I can find it.
Hey, kid. If you got time, try our...
Oh God, these are these like, oh, they actually physically wound me.
I didn't ask to be photographed.
What did you say? Your face was asking. That's why I took the photo.
God, it's so good.
Thank you, but I accept no returns.
Oh, is it this one here?
Hey, you've got some time on your hands?
Oh, I think this is the one. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Can you help me?
I don't know.
I understand.
Can you help me?
I don't know.
I understand. Can you help me?
I don't know.
I understand.
And then,
Can I ask you something?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
okay. Like, seriously, like, these would fit in one of those, like, comedic cartoons of you going into a city full of brainwashed people, right? Like,
Can I ask you something?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
oh, okay. Oh my god, sorry. I could just sit here and on this side. I'm going to close it. Otherwise, that's what we're just going to be doing for the rest of the stream. This is probably maybe the third or fourth time in my streaming life that I have gone down this rabbit hole because I love it. Oh, of course, they also have the Tenchu one, which is the best one because, you know, the heroes of the game, the guy and the girl that you can play, they sound all like, oh, I'm this, blah, 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 I'm badass. And then all the Asian people are like, oh, well, we shall do this. Like, the most famous line is, you shall die by my arrows. Your arrows are like you, weak and twisted. I fear them. Not like that. God, it's you shall die by my arrows. Oh my god, like you think that I'm making that up, but like that's literally how it sounds, dude. Oh god. The other one from Tenchu.
My father will be satisfied.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
It looks like you chose the wrong.
Not that one. God, see, they give all the Asian characters, the bad guys, these terrible,
It looks like you chose the wrong party to crack.
like all these horrible accents, dude.
My money!
Oh, don't mention Cow P.
Please forgive my late arrival.
Please stop, right where you are.
All the heroes have very normal voices.
What? What is this, Bizinya? There is more here than usual.
We could not do business without you. The money is merely a token of our appreciation.
Holy crap.
You shall die by my arrows.
Your arrows are like you, weak and twisted. I fear them. Not.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It's so bad. Oh, it's so bad. Anyways, let's actually talk about fighting games, shall we? Shall we talk about fight? Do you guys want me to talk about fighting games, or do you want me just to do this, keep going? Yeah, look at this. It's so ridiculous that Existential Exit needs to chime in and just be like, oh my god, that's amazing. It's so bad. Again, look, if you need a day, like you're feeling down, and you don't feel like doing anything, and you need a pick-me-up, just go to autoatrocities.com and just like download shit there, because it's just, oh my god. Like I have had so much entertainment value from this website. I mean, honestly, like I just keep doing this over and over and over again, and I just like, and I will admit, some of them are better than others. Some of them are like, okay, that's not that terrible, but of course, you know, one of the absolute most famous one, which is they couldn't even bother to ask the person to correct the mistake and try reading the line again. You know, and it's like that Simpsons joke, right? Like where I forgot what the clip was, but it was like terrible, and you're like, that was the best take that we could get. Like that's all I could think of whenever I hear Mega Man X7, right? So
Heinard?
and then where is it?
Don't call me a kid! I ain't that no more!
Oh my god.
So, you are Zero, the grace of whose attacks is like no other.
Oh wait, this is actually the wrong one. This is Mega Man X7. No, am I thinking of Mega Man 8? Is that the one? It is Mega Man 8. Mega Man 8 is the one with the mistakes. I'm sorry. It's Mega Man. Yeah, okay. God, weird. Hi, I'm Duo. I pronounce things in weird accent.
The barrier prohibits me from going there. I'll destroy the rest of the evil energy that has spread throughout the Earth. You search and destroy the energy sources for that barrier. The barrier prohibits me from going there.
Prevents me.
I'll destroy the rest of the evil energy that has spread throughout the Earth. You search and destroy the energy sources for that barrier.
And then, of course, like I said, the absolute most famous one of where the actor makes not one, but 2 mistakes, and it just doesn't matter.
You must recover all the energy immediately, Mega Man.
But where is Dr. Wily?
That's a good question. We may be able to locate another energy emission from the radar room. When we find that meteor, we'll find Dr. Wily.
Me and my brother repeat, that's a good question. We may be able to locate like all the time.
You must recover all the energy immediately, Mega Man.
Let's recover all the energy immediately, Mega Man. Like, you feel like he was about to say Wily or something, and they just didn't even bother. Whatever, that was the best take.
You must recover all the energy immediately, Mega Man.
But where is Dr. Wily?
That's a good question. We may be able to locate another energy emission from the radar room. When we find that meteor, we'll find Dr. Wily.
Like, that guy is struggling, dude. That guy is struggling.
Duo, that thing, it's just like the one I gave to Dr. Light.
Yes, this is what you people call evil energy. Based on my studies so far, the one who obtained the original energy must be a being of complete evil.
All right, let's talk about fighting games. Oh man, but I know we're having a little too much fun with that over here. Oh my god. Dr. Light, have you been on that gin again? No, Mega Man. I'm totally fine. We may be able to locate what I'm trying to say in my brain. That's it. You, however, are alive, which would mean you are susceptible to death. Oh god, I still remember a long time ago, like there was like I was having a lunch with my brother's workplace team. They had a team lunch, and I just joined hanging out there. And one of the girls there was like trying to like teach me about like this cool this little custom that Chinese people would have, you know, about like, you know, dipping a shrimp into like some wine sauce or something like that. And she was like, yeah, it's a really interesting tradition because the shrimp is actually alive before you kill it. And I was like, well, most things are alive before you kill it. And like she turned so bright red and just was like laughing so hard. Like I was just like, oops. Oh my god, it's actually alive before you kill it. And I was like, well, most things are alive before you kill it. Oh man. Anyways, let's talk about footsies, shall we? You want to talk about some footsies? Do you guys want to learn about footsies? You guys want to learn about how to play footsies in fighting games? You, however, are alive, which would mean you are susceptible to death. Crouching medium kick, yeah, basically. Yeah, well, that's it. All right, back to audio atrocities. Oh, where was that at, Nightwing, the best Robin? Was that at, Was that at Climax of Night? Were you at Climax of Night? What else was this past weekend? DreamHack Atlanta is this weekend. Anyways, let's talk about Footsies. Oh, an arcade open up next to you? That's very rare. That's crazy, actually. That's cool to hear. House of the Dead remakes. Oh my god. I mean, Resident Evil's the other one, right? What's that? It's not just a like spider. It's a monster. Oh wait, no, that's a snake? Like, it's not just a snake. It's a monster. And then the you almost became a jiddle sandwich, you know, which confused everybody because everyone's like, what's a jiddle sandwich? What's a jiddle sandwich? And I'll give you this, because you, the master of unlocking things, you know. Oh, God, Resident Evil. Oh, man. And yet, somehow, I feel like it gives those games an old charm. I know when they actually re-released some of the Symphonies of the Night versions, they re-recorded the audio. But like not having like die monster, you don't belong in this world. It was not by my hand that I was given flesh. It was human. What was it like? You know, man is not like you are not ill fated to be or something. Oh, God, like the lines are so great, and like I feel like when you try to correct the voice acting in Symphonies of the Night, it just loses so much out of that game, man. Like, it's so much better with it that way. Yeah, there it is. Mankind ill needs a savior such as you. What is a man? A miserable pile of flesh, or whatever he says. But enough talk. Have at you! Whoosh. Oh my God, it's so good. Mankind ill needs a savior such as you. Like, if I was actually doing a remake of it and I wanted to re-record the lines, I would actually have left the lines exactly as they were and try to deliver it like kind of like knowingly better, but like still not better, you know, like mankind ill needs a savior such as you. Like, I would just leave the dialogue as it is, like, but like, oh man. Yeah, go back to the voice actors that do it all in one take. We must recover all the energy immediately, Mega Man. But where is Dr. Wily? That's a good question. We may be able to locate the energy source. And you find that energy, and you find Dr. Wily. Oh my God. Okay. All right. I can go on this forever. So let's do this. Let's do this. Real stream time. Real stream time. Real stream time. That is the start of the real stream time for the editor. Oh, by the way, before we do this, I want to remind everybody, and I'm gonna look into expanding this feature a little bit more. But if you actually are on my channel page right now and you are watching this, yeah, so I just jumped over there. At the bottom, where is it? You can actually, oh, do I not have it on right now? Shoot, what happened to it? Crap. I'm supposed to have the ability for you to turn on closed captions, and I don't have that right now. I don't know why it's not on. Oh wait, am I supposed to? Do I have to turn it on every time? Myself over here? Which one is it? Is it this one? I think it is this one, actually. This should be RTX voice over here. Let me do this. Enable. Save. Okay. Does that actually turn it on here now? Let's see. Or do I have to refresh the page? Let me refresh the page. All right, so now, yeah, it's enabled. Yeah, okay. So yeah. So there should be a CC button at the bottom of the of your thing now. If you refresh the page, there should be a CC button down there that you can turn on and off. But I don't know what is going on because it is clearly not very accurate right now. Shoot. Captioning enabled. Oh, do I have to turn it on here too? Are you turning on or are you not turning on? I thought I turned you on. Oh, caption source. RTX voice. Let's save it here. Ah, there we go. Okay. I think it's correct now. Okay, I think it's correct now. Boy, it's like... it's definitely mistranslating a bunch of stuff for me here. But what I wanted to be able to do... I don't know how to do this. Like, if there is a way to do it so that you can pick all the options... Because what would be really cool is if I was only open captions and transcripts will work properly. This language does not support native caption output. Like, I would really like to be able to have it so that, you know, if you are a Chinese speaker or if you are an English speaker or a Japanese speaker, you can pick those languages and have it be output in those languages. So I'm going to have to know how to I'm gonna have to look into that and figure out how to make that work because clearly right now that's not available, and I don't even know if it's actually possible on the thing that I'm using over here. So in any case, so you guys know you have a closed caption option, especially for those who are, you know, have hearing disabilities and such like that. Or if you have to watch in a place where you can't put on headphones, but it has to be quiet, you can actually have the closed captions right down there. So, okay, let's do this. Let's do this, shall we? Oh, sorry again. Real start to the stream now, editor. Apologies. Real start. This is the real start. Here we go. Actually, let's just do this. Hello, everybody. My name is James Chen, aka Jay Chenzor, and today we are actually going to be trying to do some more match analysis here, and you know, try to see how top players are looking at the game when they're playing fighting games. You know, one of the craziest parts about fighting games is the neutral, aka what we call fundamentals. AKA, you know, some people just call straight up footsies, although I think footsies and neutral are a little bit different because you don't have to play footsies when you're in neutral depending on the game. But a lot of games like Street Fighter 6 these days, footsies and neutral are very similar. But, you know, if you have a character like a zoner, you're not necessarily playing footsies, you're just, you know, zoning them out. And that kind of becomes a different kind of game. But footsies is one of the major important parts about playing fighting games. In most fighting games, most grounded fighting games like a Street Fighter, like a Tekken, like a Fatal Fury, for example. And so the funny part about it is we call it fundamentals, and like it's like one of the key components, yet it is the hardest thing to understand. It's really difficult to really like understand it, and when you watch high-level players play, it's like one of the hardest things to notice. It's one of the hardest things to actually see what's happening. the last time I did a match analysis, I did Shanghai versus Blaz at EWC, and I kind of showed why, you know, Shanghai changing from Bison to Mai, like, completely changed the complexion of that match. And it was about not having to fight here, but, you know, being able to fight a little further out. And you can see that that took away a lot of what Blaz was doing. Blaz is now, however, in this clip that we're going to watch, he's going to be fighting Tokido's JP. Okay, so Tokido is using JP. And despite the fact that JP, you know, you feel like, okay, so he's going to be zoning. JP, like, Tokido spends the majority of the match playing footsies with Blaz because the zoning doesn't really work outside of a very few specific instances. The thing about this, what we're going to do here, when we watch this here, I'm not actually going to be able to be like, so you see here, this is the adjustment in footsies that Blaz made that allowed him to, spoilers, win the match, you know, kind of thing. But the reason why this match stood out to me is because they spent so much time playing super high level footsies, and they were making all these adjustments and just doing all these things, and it was just a constant battle. What I just want to do here is I want to go through this match, and this is going to be tough because if we watch it in slow motion, you can't get an accurate idea of how someone's brain would react to things, right? You watch it in slow motion, everything becomes more obvious, etc., etc. But when you watch it in real speed, you can kind of feel like, oh yeah, that would have surprised me, or oh my God, like why did he choose to do that? You know, kind of situation. So we're gonna watch this in real time, but a lot of the times, if I want to emphasize something, I may switch it to slow motion, or I might just loop it so we can get a better understanding exactly of what I'm trying to point out here. But again, this is not going to be a session where I'm going to be like, this is clearly why this person wins, because when you have a player like Blaz and you have a player like Tokido, so remember when I said about Blaz that the reason why he was able to defeat Shanghai's Bison is because at the closer range, Blaz just out-footsied Shanghai, right? And then when Shanghai played Mai, he was a little further away. In this match over here, you know, Blaz is still just the master of footsies, but Tokido is just ridiculous at footsies as well. And sometimes when you just have two people who are really good at footsies, the person who wins just hit the buttons at a better timing than the other guy. Like sometimes it's not like as like light bulbing and like, oh, this is what happened. Sometimes it's just, you know, this guy just had a better read on the other guy's rhythm. And if I could tell you this entire time of them playing, like what things they were noticing and like, oh, okay, this is my decision. I saw this, so I'm gonna do that. Like if I could like analyze exactly what's going on in their brain, I wouldn't be here. I would be one of the people trying to win Capcom Cup, okay? Like the only way we can really do it is if we got the players actually directly here, which would be interesting to try to do, but again, maybe it's not something that they particularly remember at this time, etc., etc. Basically, what I'm letting you know is I'm going to give the best interpretation and the best, you know, like, I'm going to try to point out all the things that they're doing in footsies that, you know, is crucial to playing neutral, to playing footsies, especially in a game like Street Fighter 6. Things that you might not notice that they're doing. Before we start actually watching the video, though, I have to go over the footsies triangle because this is so important to understand for footsies, right? So just like on defense and Oki and stuff like that, you've got the Street Fighter 6 RPS, which is, you know, attack, throw, or shimmy, you know, and kind of like this cycle of what beats what. Footsies is the same way. Now, I'm going to pause here for a second because I haven't seen anyone type in the chat in a long time. I just want to make sure I'm still alive. Am I still alive? Are people there? I just want to make sure. Or is what I'm saying so interesting that nobody has anything to say? Okay, the people are here. Okay, I just want to make sure I have a history of technical problems, and so I just really wanted to make sure. Okay. So the Footsies triangle, the first time I heard it was described by Bucktooth, aka Campbell Tran. He wrote an article about it on Shoryuken.com, and it really was more prolific during the the Street Fighter 3 games. Like Third Strike was really kind of the first time this particular Footsies triangle was prominent. It stayed a little bit. Oh, it stayed a lot actually in Street Fighter 4, and then 5 and 6 have basically embodied this Footsies triangle to a very, very high degree. And so what Footsies is basically you're just trying to get the opponent into a position in which you can mix them up, right? So you just want to hit them with something so that you can knock them down, and then you get Oki situation, or you just want to get them to block a drive rush plus on block move, and that makes it so that you're you have a mix-up coming for you, etc., etc. That's kind of what Footsies is. So how do you do that, right? Especially between two characters, where two characters that have like complete different sets of moves. Like JP, for all intents and purposes, has longer range normals than Ryu does, right? Ryu has shorter range moves. And so how does this all interplay with each other? So the Footsies triangle the three options that you have are basically zoning, pressing buttons, which is what we'll call it, whiff punishing, and moving forward. Those are the three most important parts of playing Footsies. And let me explain why this is. Because if your opponent is trying to get in your face so that they can mix you up and do a lot of crazy things, the way you stop them is by preemptively attacking them with buttons. So for example, if Ryu keeps trying to approach JP is going to hit standing medium punch, standing heavy punch, crouching medium kick. He's going to be hitting these buttons to keep Ryu from getting close enough to actually start doing some damage. And JP's range is longer than Ryu's. So what is Ryu going to do? Well, pressing buttons and zoning, zoning, spacing kind of thing. Pressing buttons loses to whiff punishing. And so what happens is if your opponent is always hitting buttons to hit you with the tip of their button because it has longer range than your buttons, whenever you walk into the range where they can hit you, you walk back out. And then when they whiff the button, you can hit it. You can whiff punish it. And then in this game, you can drive rush cancel it and get huge benefits. Not necessarily how it works in a lot of other games. But, whiff punishing is very important because what that does is now discourages the opponent from just hitting buttons to keeping you zone out. So if you walk in and out of range and they whiff and you whiff punish them, and let's say you don't have a drive rush cancel, and then you do it again and you beat them up, now they're scared. They're scared to press a button when you walk into the range that their button works. And what does that do? It causes them to freeze. And because it causes them to freeze, now you can walk further forward and get inside to the range that you want. So again, with punishing beats, pressing buttons, right? And so if your opponent's going to keep whiff punishing you like this, how do you beat that? What is the weakness of whiff punishing? I have fought people who are just like gods of whiff punishing. I whiff a button and I die. It's crazy how fast some people are at whiff punishing. How do you beat that? The strategy for that is that you have to understand the mindset of the person who's trying to whiff punish you. If he is trying to whiff punish this button that attacks at this range, what's he gonna do? He's gonna stand at this range, dancing in and out, and just being ready to whiff punish you. Like, he's just looking to whiff punish you. So what do? So if he wants to stay at this range from you, at specifically that range from you, if you walk back, he's gonna walk forward. If you walk forward, he's gonna walk back, right? Well, so in order to beat whiff punishing, you start moving forward. Because what the other opponent wants to do is they want to stay outside of that range of your button. So they're trying to stay at a specific fixed distance from you. And if you're not aware of what the opponent is trying to do, because you're just trying to whiff punish, the guy's going to walk forward, a little back, and then forward, and then crouch, and then maybe a little forward again, and then do this. And all of a sudden, he's walked you into the corner. And now you can't walk backwards anymore, so you can't whiff punish at all. So the whole goal at that point is to walk you back into the corner. You see a lot of matches where someone is just like playing and then they just walk back, walk back, walk back. You're doing the work for them, right? Which is why you can't do that. You have to be aware that you are giving up so much space, right? It's not leading to direct damage, but what it's doing is you're slowly pushing them into a zone where they can't whiff punish, and now you have just like the ability to attack them all day. So what happens is that a lot of the times when you realize someone is walking you backwards, you get nervous or you start feeling like, oh my God, this guy is walking me back. I can't let this happen. Hit a button. Hit a button to stop him from walking forward, because hitting a button beats walking forward. So the reason why you keep pressing buttons is so the guy will keep running into them, right? And this is the triangle right here. This is how footsies are played. And it's just a constant evolution, like constant adaptation. I'm gonna change to this, I'm gonna change to this. I'm gonna go back and forth. Okay, now I'm gonna do this, now I'm gonna do that. And that's the general idea of footsies. And that is how high-level footsies are played. For people who function on emotion like me, again, I teach fighting games very well from an emotional standpoint, but obviously there's all sorts of different ways to learn it, and so that's the scientific explanation that I gave you of why things work. But from an emotional aspect, what you have to feel like is you feel like almost kind of like a rubber band. Like, one of the hardest things to do in fighting games in neutral is the forward movement. And that's why a lot of times when you hear commentators commentating, when some guy, they're playing footsie and one guy goes, and just like walks this giant, we're like, oh my God, because like you walk forward, the whole time you're walking forward, you're to block something at the last second, you would hit parry. And so the whole point of that change was to prevent you from walking forward and doing a perfect parry. Doesn't necessarily help against leverless controllers, but that's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother story. So this is the idea of footsies here. And when you are trying to move forward on the opponent, you understand if they are at high level that they're gonna start feeling tension because you're moving forward. And so as you're walking, this rubber band gets like tighter and tighter. Like the more you walk, the more tension you start to feel. And as a player, you get to the point where you're like, you know what? He's not gonna let me walk forward anymore. Like, no, he's scared. And so you hit a button first, or even the opponent, when they're walking backwards, they're starting to feel that rubber band being pulled and they're like, I'm being walked back, and like it'll reach the breaking point, and then that break of the rubber band now changes them from being trying to whiff punish you into, shoot, I gotta press buttons now. You kind of have to gauge it, and what you do a lot of the times when you play these fighting games is you test the limits of your opponent. You test to see how strong their rubber bands are, essentially, right? Some players are gonna be like, and that's it. Like, it breaks like in like a second. And some people are just gonna be like, they keep walking forward, and you're like, no, he couldn't possibly, and that's what you're doing when you're playing a lot of neutral. You are testing out all of these things. And again, this creates like interactions, player-to-player transactions, boom, 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 milliseconds, second, like constantly. And the good players are going to be switching between the three modes like faster than you can possibly imagine. They're like, nope, that doesn't feel right. 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 And so the reason why I wanted to highlight this match, and I thought this match was really good, is because the majority of this match is played in footsies. Like, there isn't a lot of like crazy momentum sequences where one guy just like destroys the other guy. Happens a couple of times, but like for the most part, it's very, very high footsie base. So like I said, as I narrate this, I'm gonna just be pointing out what I'm seeing, what I'm thinking the players are thinking, and you know, the speed and the amount of times I'm gonna say a lot of this is going to be, oh yeah, that Tokido clip where he just walks up and throws twice in a row. Exactly. Like that's the thing, right? Like that is exactly what he did. He had the read on his opponent that the opponent was like, I'm not hitting buttons. And so he's like, okay. And like I said, it's one of the scariest things that you can do. But again, this match is very, very footsie based. So let's actually get into this. And as I said, this is going to be interesting because we're going to watch this in real time. We're going to do this in mute. But I'm going to rewind a lot and have to go through things, and I may try to slow things down, but I'm not. We'll see how it goes, okay? But again, the interactions happen so fast and so furious. Like if you're watching this and you're like, okay, that's interesting. Walk forward with punishing, poking buttons. You're going to be like, okay, he's in walk back mode, or he's in like, seriously, like in maybe the first 5 seconds, like there's probably going to be like 20 mode changes and stuff like that. So let's actually check this out here. Let's go over here. Enough talking about theory. Let's get into the actual thing over here. So this is Blaz versus Tokido. Again, two of the strongest players in neutral that you can find to this day. It's going to be JP versus Ryu here. And so right away, Blaz chooses just to walk forward. I mean, like, again, like, bro, like, who does this? Like, woo, like that, right? And as soon as he sees Tokido does something, he immediately goes to block. Blaz is already, right from the get-go, testing what Tokido's, you know, rubber band strength is for him walking forward. And you're going to see this a lot at the beginning. Blaz is going to be testing this from Tokido a lot very, very early on. I mean, look at that. You walk forward again immediately. Like, even after blocking that first ghost, he was like, you know what, I'm just going to walk forward again. Whoop, there it is. So, like, walk forward. Now, he's stopping because he wants to see what Tokido does. Tokido has stopped. He clearly has not decided to go into press buttons mode. He's just waiting to see what Blaz is going to do. And now they are in the standoff. Okay, this happens a lot. This is thank you again to Ringe, because he calls it the south of the border standoff, which is way better than the original trope name of it, which is very famous in Reservoir Dogs, so you know what I'm talking about here. But this happens a lot in fighting games. And this is a very crucial moment because usually the person who profits from this situation just hit the button at the right time and the other guy just hit it a little bit later. Like, this situation is kind of one of the more ambiguous ones, unless one player is just super determined to do nothing. Super determined to do nothing. And that can happen, right? But you see what happens right here. Like, forward walking. Okay, so he walks and stops, and now Tokido stops. And then Tokido micro walks forward, and he's like, I have not elicited a reaction from him. So literally Tokido walking that tiny bit, closing the range on Blaz, and then crouching is because he's thinking that if he moves forward that slightly and now enters this range, so again, you're like, if you're the Ryu player, you're starting to feel the tension. You're like, I don't like this, he's too close, I'm gonna press a button. But Blaz does not press a button, and so Tokido then kind of delays with his own button. And again, like, when I'm pausing it and stuff like that, you're like, okay, that makes sense, but in real time it looks like this. Like, that is a lot of interactions, and that is a lot of information that these two are trying to give to themselves. They've both already proven that neither of them are going to hit panic buttons to the forward movement. right? And in fact, in this situation, Tokido moves into range, and he's the one who presses the button right away, right? He could have kept walking forward. He could have tried to go for a throw or something like that, but he chose to stop, and then he presses crouching medium kick to try to push Blaz away a little bit. But unfortunately, crouching medium kick is minus on block, and so what happens in this over here is that Blaz knows he's in range, and he presses a button. Obviously, parries change a lot of things, and it plays a very big part in Street Fighter VI's neutral. And so in this situation here, Tokido, after the crouching medium kick, tries the perfect parry Blaz's counter poke. He mistimes it, he doesn't get it, but now this is information for both of them. Tokido is going to try to perfect parry counter pokes on minus situations. And so not only did, just because Tokido missed it doesn't mean that this isn't important. Both of them know now that Tokido is willing to try this. And that's information that you will use for the rest of the match. It may not actually come to fruition or whatever, but this is the kind of information that you are trying to gather in neutral and in footsies and throughout the whole match. It's kind of crazy. Do you think the side-by-side setup is also playing into it, controller peaking? Not as much, because as I showed you, you know, with the speed at which they're doing this thing, like the instant you like glance over at their controller and glance back, like could cost you a round, could like literally cost you a round. Like commentators sometimes will be like, wait, what did he hit? Like, I didn't see what that button was, blah, 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 blah. You know, or like, wait, what happened there? What the? You know why we do that? Because we blinked. Like, more often than not, when commentators get confused like that is because they blinked. Like, sometimes I'll be watching this match and I blink and that's right when someone pressed the button and I open my eyes and someone's getting EXDP'd and I'm like, wait, what happened? What button did he press? Like, that's how fast all of this stuff happens, that you literally miss things while blinking. And so looking at someone's controller doesn't work. What happens, most of the side-by-side stuff is not controller peaking. It's you feel the warmth of your opponent. You feel this. Like when you feel this, if you're fighting against someone who doesn't have side-by-side experience, that means he's doing a wake-up DP, right? If there's no fakes, if there's no jukes, right? If he does this and you kind of feel it to the side of you, you're like, shit, I'm not actually going to press a button now because he's trying to do a wake-up ODDP. You're not actually peeking at the controller, you just feel their heat a little bit. You can feel like this energy off of them and stuff like that. Like that's how that works when you're sitting side by side. And yes, putting boxes over your hands helps because even though the arms move, like you're not sure what exactly is happening and stuff. But I personally don't think the box over the hands necessarily helps all that much. And I also really like this aspect of fighting games. I like this personal juking, faking kind of thing because I'm from the arcade. So I will have a very biased take on that whole entire topic of playing fighting games. I like it. I think it's cool. I appreciate having that human interaction between the players because to me, what is any competition if it's not humans? Right? Like the competition to me is so interesting because I know it's just two people thinking and they have their own emotions. They've had their own background. They've lived their lives for 15 years, specific ways, you know, like that all affects what happens when they play. And I love that. And having that part bleed into the game, I think is cool. A lot of people are like, no, that's not part of the game. It shouldn't be there. And totally valid argument. Totally valid argument. I like what I like because one, I'm used to it and I'm fascinated by it. But I totally understand like, oh, that part shouldn't affect the game, you know, kind of thing. So again, this is not a situation where there's a right answer or a wrong answer. This is a situation where, you know what? Let the TOs pick and you just play that way. It's like tennis. Is it hard court? Is it grass court? Is it clay court? Well, that venue is going to play it that way. So that's what you're playing on. So a lot of events do head-to-head where they're sitting across from each other on the stage. Some of them are side by side. I don't think either is right or wrong. It's just they both have their advantages and they're both cool, honestly. So that's my little sidetrack on staring at other people's controllers. So we have Blaz here, who realized that, after crouching medium kick, Tokido was negative enough. So this is a direct interaction here. After blocking crouching medium kick, Tokido is negative. It is now Blaz's turn. So, and because Blaz is so good at distancing and spacing, realizes that Tokido is in range for him to throw out a crouching medium punch, and Tokido kind of has to hold that, so he takes his turn. So this isn't necessarily footsies or neutral, this is frame data, this is turns, right? So he knows JP is negative after crouching medium kick is blocked, so he attacks right away, and instantly he uses it to burn the drive gauge. So very early in the round, Blaz is choosing to spend the drive gauge here to see what Tokido's going to do. And the first thing he tries to do is throw. Now, why does he choose to throw over pressing a button, etc., etc.? I don't know. I have no idea. But that's what Blaz chose to test. He didn't do delayed button, which oftentimes beats throw attempts. He didn't do instant button just to get the plus frames and start the mix-up. He's like, okay, I'm going to try to throw right away, because so far, my guess is that Tokido has blocked a lot. He micro walk blocked, press the button blocked, etc. So now Blaz is like, okay, he's playing very defensive, so I want to get the throw on him. Let's see if he's thinking about throws, or maybe even late teching or something. He just wants to see what happens here. And Tokido, sure enough, throws. And now we're back to neutral. Everything's been reset. What do we do here? Blaz immediately walks forward again. You can tell right now that Blaz early on is embracing the walk forward part of the footsies, because he's really trying to figure out what it is that Tokido wants to do, which means Blaz isn't really going to be doing a lot of whiff punishing right now. He's just moving forward all the time. And so he actually sees the this is the beginning here, right? So he comes in here, tech, and then he walks forward. But as soon as he sees that Tokido, that JP starts doing something besides walking, he just goes and blocks, right? That's just fast reaction time, and why a lot of players hate it when monitors are laggy, because when monitors are laggy, you can't do this, okay? Like, it is hard to do that right there, because you might take a little, because if there's any lag at all, what you see happened a little bit earlier than you thought, you're getting hit by that. So there's a reason why the players want this kind of response time out of their monitor here, is so he can walk, and as soon as he sees Tokido swing, he's just gonna block, right? And so now all of a sudden Tokido introduces another element into the footsies over here. So he gets him to poke over here, and what Tokido decides to do is raw drive rush in. He's just gonna go in, and he does an immediate swing. So everybody who's fought JP and hates JP, you all know how much JP's crouching medium punch is really annoying, right? Really, really annoying. And so what Tokido is doing here is he's gonna drive rush and use the fastest long range button that he has. He wants to hit Blaz out of this drive rush right away, because what he's hoping is that Blaz is just ready to check drive rushes. So he's doing the drive rush right away. Remember I talked about that rubber band? Well, in this particular instance, Tokido drive rushed and then pulled the rubber band and it snapped. He wasn't willing to let this drive rush go any farther than it did. He drive rushed and immediately hit crouching medium punch to outrange Ryu, etc., and to see, again, how would Blaz react. So he's gonna get the plus frames off of that, so he immediately swings a heavy punch into the fake ghost. And so what he's trying to do now is, Blaz has low drive gauge. After that, you can see right here, Blaz has only 2 blocks, right? So what Tokido is trying to do here is like, well, he's got low blocks, so I want him to block this, and I'm gonna make him block this, and now I want to burn him out. How am I going to burn this guy out? I am gonna throw out a fake ghost, make him whiff his drive parry, and then press another button, and now he's burned out. Because if he whiffs a drive parry, he loses a block, right? If he just whiffs that, he basically just loses a block. So he's gonna go into the fake ghost to try to burn Blaz out. Unfortunately for Tokido, Blaz is like, he's gonna try to burn me out. And you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna cancel into a fake ghost and make me whiff my drive parry. So he just freaking sweeps, dude. Like I don't even know how Blaz, in the time of 5 seconds and 4 seconds of the match, was able to kind of make this assessment. And again, when you watch it in real time, like, the fact that, like, so many decisions are being made so quickly based off of drive gauge and what this guy did, what that guy did, like, it's insane. It's insane. And this is, again, the reason why I'm doing this, because I want to show you the level of detail Footsies really get into. Now, I don't want to scare anybody, like, into being like, my God, I'm never going to be able to do this. This is impossible, right? Like, that's not the point of this. The thing is, you don't have to do all of this if you're thinking, wow, I'm never going to get good at this game. If you're saying that, it means you're still learning the game. You can play this kind of footsies at like 5 times slower, 10 times slower, and it's fine. This is stuff that you get to when you are putting hours and hours and hours and hours and days and days and days and days and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks into playing this dumb game, right? Like, literally, like, that's what's gonna happen, is that you are going to start getting wired into these things that you've been in these situations so often, you're able just to make those little thoughts really fast. So don't worry if you can't do this. But I'm just trying to show you what it is, and once you get an idea of how much thought these players are actually putting into this, it helps you think about footsies differently. Because my goal here is not to overwhelm you and make you feel like, oh, I can't do this. It's when you are playing footsies now, you're like, oh, I remember James talking about this, the forward movement, the whiff punishing, blah, blah, blah. Let me try that. I'll see if I can do this. And you're going to fail, and you're going to lose a lot trying to do all this stuff. But once it starts clicking, or the first time you walk into a range, walk back out, the guy whiffs a button and you whiff punish them, you're going to be like, buddy, like, buddy, let's go. Like, especially if you walk into the range, walk out, they whiff a button, you hit it, drive rush, cancel, combo, level 3, and you win a round from that, you're gonna be like, buddy, like, that felt awesome, you know, and that kind of positive reinforcement then deepens your dedication to these aspects of footsies. So again, I'm not showing you any of this to intimidate you. I'm showing this to you so that you know kind of like where the end goal is. Because one of the hardest things about playing neutral is if you don't know what you're doing, like I said, I always call it hopesies. You're playing hopesies. You're not playing footsies, you're playing hopesies. I hope he runs into this button. I hope he doesn't block this, right? Like, that's what most people are doing at lower levels. They're just playing hopesies. This button reaches far, I hope he doesn't block it. You know, and that's not how you should be playing. And then there's wish punishing that I always like to say. You're like, I think he's gonna swing now, whee! And like, there's no rhyme or reason for why you did it. You just wanna try to whiff punish something. You don't wanna do any of that stuff. So can this ever become instinct? Almost the majority of this Layman 7 is instinct. If you play like DDR and you watch all these people play DDR and you're like, God, you have to have memorized that because the arrows are too fast, right? Like, there's no way you can react to that. Nope, sorry, it's all instinct. It's all instinct at the highest level of DDR. When you see all those arrows, it's just they have not memorized any charts. They have memorized rhythms and timings and like, oh, in this part of the song, this crazy thing is gonna happen. But the arrows themselves, that's all instinct. And it's the same thing here. So if any of you have gotten really good at, you know, like music games, this is a perfect example. It's a very relatable example on how you can actually learn this kind of craziness through instinct. So again, they're not like consciously being like, I should go, I should, okay, now we'll try, like, it's just like, You're like, they're just getting the information and it's just processing super fast. But again, now we've left Footsies. So after he got the sweep, we're away from Footsies. This is Oki now. This is pressure. Blaz gets a mix-up here. What does he do? He does a double dash, and then he backdashes, and Tokido jumps. This is a really interesting interaction here because, again, outside of drive rush into try to throw Tokido, Blaz has not been particularly committed to the offense. He's really trying to test how defensively reactive Tokido is being. And he's not getting much out of it. Dash, dash, dash. And then Tokido jumps back. And so Blaz didn't get anything out of this on the life meter, but he got a lot on information. So again, remember, your life bar is a resource. You might have to spend your life to gather information. There's a situation where Tokido wakes up with a crouch medium kick and catches the backdash. And yeah, if you're Blaz, you lose some life, but you're like, okay, I got information more valuable than my health. That information is more important than my health, which is why I always have my Jay Chenzor's axiom of, if you play a perfect round, that doesn't mean you win with a perfect. Because sometimes you need to gather that information in order to play the perfect round. Gathering that information is part of the game. And if it takes you losing some life to then all of a sudden get that information and slaughter them in the second half of round one and in round two, that's a perfect game, but that doesn't necessarily mean you avoided all damage. Again, like, that's just part of what you need to do. So yeah, you lost an opportunity to do damage, or maybe you got hit in this situation. That's okay. Don't consider it, like I've said before, like early on, I try to throw people a lot. They tech the throw. Then I try to throw them again. They tech the throw. Then I try to throw them again. They tech the throw. Okay, sure, I could have shimmied them or did something else or whatever like that, but I just want to see how committed to the throw they are. So even though I'm losing opportunity to do damages, you know, now I realize that they're teching via reaction. They're not trying to change it up or guess or anything like that. They're just like, oh God, tech, oh God, tech. And you'll hear it a lot when I'm playing on my stream. I'm like, now this guy's shimmyable. I know he's shimmyable. And then I shimmy and they don't throw, and I'm like, what? This is the one time you don't you know, like that happens a lot. But a lot of times I'm right. A lot of times I am right. But just because you're not right doesn't mean you did anything wrong. Wow, that's profound. Wow, that was profound. I love that. Just because you didn't do everything right doesn't mean you did anything wrong. Oh my God. That's great. I love that. I love that. Okay. Lots of accidental counter whiff punishes at low levels since no one feels their range well. Yeah, exactly, because they're all wish punishing and stuff like that. And, you know, getting to the higher levels is going to be about learning how to press buttons intelligently and knowing when to press buttons. Now, why did Tokido jump away? Because what Tokido did is, this is a double avoidance right here. So what the problem is when you get knocked down, what's the mix-up? I've always taught attack, throw, shimmy, attack, throw, shimmy, attack, throw, shimmy. But most people won't do meaty throws. Most people try not to do meaty throws too much because, you know, if the timing is too obvious, it's easy to tech, or if they backdash, or, you know, all these things. And so sometimes people will do delayed throws. Like they'll come up to you and after you get up, and I talk about syncopation a lot on commentary and on the stream, doing things at a slightly offbeat timing. So what do I mean by that? Well, if I try to throw them so that my throw frame hits them on their first, you know, throw vulnerable frame when they get up, I'm doing something on beat. If I block a button and I press the counter so that I go straight from block stun into my move, I'm doing something on beat. Syncopation means you are just adding delays in things because you're trying to blow things up, right? So for example, if I knock you down and I dash up to you, if I throw a move on beat so that it hits you on the frame that you get up, if the opponent knows how to parry timing based on their own wake up, they will perfect parry you every time. But if I dash up next to you, and what I do instead is I dash up, wait, just like a smidgen, and then press a button, if the guy wakes up and parries at the timing to perfectly parry the button as a true meaty, now their perfect parry is gonna fail, and they're wasting a little bit of meter, and you get to keep pressure going, right? And so when you're learning fighting games, I'll tell you this right now, doing things on beat is important. When you have watched me play my matches online recently, and I've labbed all these knockdowns, I do everything on beat. I knock you down, I put in the perfect meaty. I knock you down, I do the perfect command grab timing. I do everything on beat because it works at the lower levels. But as soon as you get to the upper regions, you have to start doing a little more syncopation. You have to start pressing buttons a little offbeat, because the more logical you do things, the easier you are to predict. That's another Jay Chenzor axiom, right? So the more, I say this all the time, the more logical, the more like, yeah, I should do this, means that you're very easy to predict, and now people are gonna blow you up for it. So Blaz here, what Tokido is thinking is that Blaz is gonna go for perhaps a delayed throw. Because what you do is you walk up, block, wait to see if an ODDP comes out, and then go for the throw. And so perhaps Blaz is like, Tokido's like, Blaz thinks I may do an OD amnesia. So what I'm going to do is, I don't believe he's going to throw me right away. He might do a delayed throw. But the scary thing about this is that, he could shimmy you, he could press a button. So again, it's the RPS. It's one of those three options. Well, delayed jump back in this situation over here will beat a delayed throw. It'll beat a delayed throw, and it will be safe from shimmies. It'll lose to a button. If Blaz pressed the meaty button right here, Tokido is eating a combo, right? That's just the guess. But having the ability to fight against two guesses with one single action is really powerful. The weakness of this is, of course, that even if the guy does do a delayed tech, JP has now jumped backwards. And remember, moving forward to push the enemy into the corner is one of your goals. So jumping backwards in this situation, you may have escaped, but you've lost the real estate now. And that's important to process as well. So just because you got away from this and jumped back doesn't mean, like I said, that you have a win here. Except in this situation, Blaz dashed backwards because he wants to see what Tokido is going to do in this situation. Are you gonna crouch there and maybe do a delayed throw? Are you gonna do a wake up OD amnesia and he's backdashing over here? He really just kind of wants to gather information. And like I said, Blaz has not committed to the offense yet. He has walked and blocked. He tried to throw after the drive rush one time, but in this situation, he double dashed and dashed backwards. And interestingly enough, the interaction just happened to be Tokido jumping back and Blaz dashing backwards. Now both of them are like, whoops, whoa, what's going on? Okay. Tokido hitting heavy kick on the way down just to be safe from a drive rush or someone dashing forward. But now we're back to neutral. We are back to neutral here, right now. And so what happens here? Oh, look at that. Didn't we just see that, right? Like, right there, right? Like, we literally just saw that at the start of the round, right here. Oh, there it is, south of the border standoff. Tokido blinks first, presses a button. We do this whole situation, song and dance over here. Sweep, jump backwards, and then boom, we go to another pseudo south of the border standoff here. Right there, right? But Blaz this time presses a button right away. And the reason why he pressed this button right away, in my opinion, and I could be absolutely wrong, is because Tokido last time pressed crouching medium kick, right? Tokido pressed crouching medium kick right there at that timing. And so what Blaz sees is like, okay, Tokido, when we get in the situation, his rubber band gets pulled, it snaps, Tokido blinks, and he presses a button. So Blaz remembers that timing, and so when he reaches that situation again here, he presses a button immediately. He's trying to interrupt Tokido pressing crouching medium kick here, right? He's trying to beat out that button. And Tokido doesn't fall for it. In fact, he swings and gets his own whiff punish here. So this is important here. But what did Tokido do before that? Is he walked backwards. So again, one of the highest components of being a whiff punisher is walking backwards. So when they reach the situation, Tokido's like, last time I pressed the button and walked forward. This time I'm gonna walk backwards because I wanna see if Blaz actually responds to the south of the border standoff over here. Hey, shout outs for the follow Tactical Pops. And so he's in hyper whiff punishing mode, which is why he whiff punished a crouching medium punch. That is not easy to whiff punish, okay? Now, they did change it so that everybody's crouching medium punches are easier to whiff punish in this patch. That's still not an easy whiff punish, but Tokido was mad ready for it. But so he swings again. So after the situation right here, because he can't really do anything after this, right? So what he's doing is he just swings again because he's hoping that Blaz maybe is like, you hit me, but now I'm just gonna walk forward or whatever. But he has entered, so he immediately went from whiff punish mode to press buttons mode. Just like that, right? Like literally in like a 1/10 of a second. Whiff punish mode, press buttons mode. Because he's thinking that Blaz is gonna change his mode. Blaz actually walks backwards here. And what he's doing, Blaz is autopiloting here. He was just gonna walk back and just get into high blade kick range, into the Jodan Shoguto Geri range over here. It misses, but Tokido was not expecting that, right? So Tokido's like, whoa, and so nothing happens. Nothing happens. And that happens a lot in Footsies. Like, literally, nothing happened. Oh, well, okay, let's go on then. And so immediately Tokido comes in here. And I think what Tokido is like, oh, he walked backwards. And then he did the high blade kick. Okay, maybe now Blaz, instead of moving forward, he's shifted to the walking backwards phase, right? And one of the ways that you blow up the walking backwards phase is you go for low range pokes. You go for lows. You go for lows, right? So that could be Tokido's read here. He's like, oh, look at him walking backwards. He's in whiff punish mode, so I'm gonna walk up, he's gonna walk back, and I'm gonna crouching medium kick and catch him as soon as he starts walking back. He felt Blaz's rubber band getting pulled to the max, and that, like, I just have to micro walk and then crouching medium kick, and that'll catch Blaz as soon as he stands up. Because he felt like that's where Blaz's breaking point was, and he hits him with this. Now, obviously, without a counter hit, can't do much off of that. He throws out a standing medium kick, hoping that Blaz would be in range so that he'd have to block it. He wasn't. Blaz backdashes, gets the hell out of there because he wants to build the space again. What Blaz wants to do is he's like, okay, this neutral isn't going the way I want it to. Let me backdash and reset the status. This is something that's very important that a lot of people don't realize is so powerful, is reset the situation. Bring everybody, wipe the slate clean, let's engage again. A lot of times when someone's beating you in neutral, you get very adamant of like, why am I losing with all these buttons? I wanna win, I wanna win, I wanna win. Like, how come he's beating me? And you just become frustrated, predictable, and you just run into everything and you die. I often tell my famous example of fighting Dalsum in Alpha 3 with Zangief. If you get into that middle range where Zangief, loses to Dalsum and you just get hit by all these buttons all day because you start becoming predictable, you're gonna lose. A lot of times when I fought Dalsum in Alpha 3 is if I got hit like by a couple things twice, I would block, see Dalsum do something, and if he pressed a button, push me back. And if he didn't press a button, I would jump backwards. I would literally jump backwards and put myself a full screen away because I'm like, you know what? I'm losing this exchange here. Let's start all over because now I know if I'm a screen away with Zangief, I have the goofy mix-up of jump into nothing or jump into kick lariat to hit limbs. And so I'd rather start from that range again than trying to win in this range where clearly I'm losing and getting beat up. Even when you want to win neutral, like sometimes disengaging and starting over is like one of the best things to do. So he backs off and we're back into this. And Blaz is going for the, I'm just going to try to space you out because what Blaz I think is happening over here is he doesn't like the fact that JP is winning the range game right now. So what Blaz is doing is trying to show him that, look, I'm going for these high blade kicks. Unfortunately for him, Tokido went for another drive rush here, and that's just one of those situations. Blaz guessed wrong. He didn't think Tokido was going to do this, and Tokido did. And now Blaz is going to take some damage here if Tokido lands the combo. But is that a situation where like Blaz is like, damn it, why did that happen? No, Blaz is like, okay, well, on my attempt to figure out what Tokido's doing, this is the life I'm going to pay. And Tokido drops the combo. Tokido drops a lot of combos in this game, in this match. It's kind of sad. So he gets his hit. He's too far away for the crouching heavy punch. He thought he was close enough to hit. Because counter hit, drive rush, crouching medium punch, I do believe links into crouching heavy punch. He was just too far away. He misjudged the distance. He whiffs, and immediately, same kind of situation, because of the whiff, Blaz thinks that he is in a plus situation. So he presses a button right away as soon as he sees that. But he's outside of the range of Tokido's poke, so Tokido presses his button, and the only way these moves are gonna hit the other person is if they meet in the middle, and it just so happens that they traded. Hey, guess what? We're back to neutral. But Tokido presses a button right away. So he detects that Blaz, after this trade, is gonna try to move forward again. So he presses a button right away, and again, what does pressing buttons beat? It beats moving forward. So Tokido is in zoning mode. He figured Blaz would walk forward, he pressed the button, he was right. And he got a counter hit too, so Blaz did something and he got hit. But Tokido's not going to be able to get anything off of that, so we're back to neutral here. So again, as you can see, like, both of these players have taken some damage here, and like very little of it was through combos. You know, when you're playing fighting games like this and you're like, oh, fighting games are about combos, I'm gonna practice my combos. Like, you're doing yourself a disservice because that's not what most fighting games are about. Combos are for the big read, the big punish, or a Hail Mary. Those are usually how you land the big combos, right? And unfortunately, well, one of the reasons why people hate drive rush cancels is because drive rush cancels kind of messes that up, because I can just walk up, low forward, drive rush cancel, and if I hit you, I get the big combo, and if not, I get the mix-up. So, you know, that's why a lot of people hate drive rush cancels, because it kind of flies in the face of that thought process, right? But, you know, this is the game we play. This is the game we play. But we're back to neutral over here, and again, you can see it right there. I don't know what that standing medium kick was from Tokido here. Right there, I don't know what that was. Might be, actually, he's thinking that Blaz might, I mean, why would Blaz crouching medium kick there? I don't know. Could also just be a button fake that he's just trying to get Blaz to react to something. Or maybe he just thought Blaz was gonna move forward again, so he just throws out the standing medium kick. And what's nice about that is standing medium kick is cancelable. So what happens here is we can't see the inputs, but guaranteed Tokido pressed drive rush cancel or did a Streebog right there. He just did standing medium kick, drive rush cancel, or standing medium kick into special move. He's just kind of hoping Blaz walks into it, and if he does, he gets a combo. If he doesn't, it move whiffs and it can't be canceled, so nothing happens. But when you poke out a button like that at those ranges, if your intention is to hit a limb or just kind of get a stray hit, you're going to put something like behind there, which is why I think he went with standing medium kick instead of something like a crouching medium kick and such. And this button is a little bit harder to whiff punish than, say, a crouching medium kick, etc., etc. So he's pressing this button. He's doing the whiff option select. That's what we call this. If you hear us talk about whiff option selects on commentary, that's what this is. Whiff a button, cancel it, and if the enemy doesn't move forward, you clearly are never going to hit them if they don't move forward, so you won't cancel and get yourself killed. Or if they move forward, most likely you're going to hit them because they're walking forward, and they're walking forward, they're not blocking, so that's why you just kind of do that, right? But now, Blaz, this is the first time he's introduced the drive rush here. And what's interesting about this, in the same way that I talked about this early on in the round when Tokido did drive rush crouching medium punch, Blaz's rubber band broke really fast. He did drive rush standing light punch. He's not messing around. He's not trying to drive rush into crouching medium kick or drive rush into like some crazy button. He drive rushes into light punch because he wants to get the check in as fast as possible. He wants to see if he can beat Tokido trying to check the drive rush. However, I have been told that Japan does not check drive rushes that often because it's such a risky proposition. They just don't think it's worth trying anymore. But Blaz is testing him out right here. So drive rush, light punch, and then he has a plus frame. And again, Blaz is not committed to the offense here. Oops, this is not it here. Let's see where I can get this. Okay, there's that tech right there. It's right here. Dash, dash, back dash. Dash, dash, back dash. Blaz is not fully committed to the offense just yet. And he gets the drive rush light punch right here. And again, not committing to the offense, he goes for a shimmy. How do you beat shimmies, right? So again, what are your options? Attack to beat them pressing buttons. Throw them to beat their blocking. Walk backwards to beat their throw, their attack attempt. But if you're on the defensive side, how do you beat pressing buttons? You just block. How do you beat them pressing buttons? I'm sorry, that's what I already just said. How do you beat them throwing is that you tech the throw, right? And how do you beat a shimmy? You press buttons. And that's what Tokido did. So that's the Street Fighter RPS right there. Blaz guessed wrong. Boom, tried to shimmy. Tokido pressed the button, and that stopped the shimmy. He kind of also been pressing light punch because he just saw Blaz walking forward, and he was like, oh crap, I want to interrupt him. But it worked out because Blaz was trying to shimmy, and he makes him block it, and this is a nice little block string here, and it's a frame trap. Now, the thing is, this is a very vulnerable block string. You can drive impact in the middle of this. If you detect that the JP is going to do crouch light, stand light into light Stribog, you can drive impact in between. So a lot of JPs at high level won't do the Stribog because it's a risk, right? Why do you want to let yourself do that? And so this is a situation where Blaz is like, Tokido knows I can drive impact this. So there's no way Tokido's going to go for the Stribog. I'm just going to walk in after he does light punch because he's minus. I'm going to take my turn. And Tokido's like, I know you know that I should never do the Stribog, so I'm going to do the Stribog. And he does, and sure enough, like, he presses a button, he just gets hit. You know, he was trying to take his turn, gets hit, knocked away, back to neutral. So Blaz immediately throws a fireball despite having a departure on top of his head, because I think what he's trying to do is just like not let Tokido be able to freestyle the zoning here. Unfortunately for Tokido, Tokido's like, I'm going to drive rush forward using the departure as cover. And so he just drive rushes his face into the fireball, and no big deal. But we're still not in footsies here. So now all of a sudden Blaz is committing to these fireballs over here. We're not playing footsies much anymore. We're just kind of playing like a zoning kind of game over here. Tokido perfect parries that and continues to walk forward. Then, again, see what's happening is the forward movement that Tokido is doing right here. Remember I talked about that rubber band, right? He walks and blocks, perfect parries, and then he walks and he sees Blaz walking backwards. But that rubber band is being pulled and Tokido's rubber band broke. He's like, no, I've walked too much far forward. Blaz is going to stop walking backwards and he's gonna move forward now. He's gonna come after me and interrupt me walking forward. So I am now going to walk forward into now I'm gonna press buttons because he feels like Blaz is gonna transition from walking backwards, aka whiff punishing kind of defensive mode into forward movement mode. So Tokido shifts from forward movement mode into press a button mode because he feels like Blaz is at the end of his rope and is gonna start walking forward. He presses the button, he was kind of right, but he did it too early, but it didn't work out. And again, that's fine. Them's the breaks. That's how the game works, you know? And oh my, but see, again, Blaz is just trying it over and over again. He walked so far, and yet he still went for the shimmy and Tokido pressed the button. Remember what I said when I play my matches, sometimes I'll go for 3 throws in a row and I don't care if I'm wrong all 3 times. I'm just trying to gather the information. Blaz has had 3 situations now where he has successfully reached point blank range against Tokido. And in all 3 situations, he shimmied. He did dash dash in his face after knockdown, dash back. He walked up, walked back, shimmy, Tokido pressed the button. He walked up, walked back, Tokido pressed the button. And Tokido did the same thing, crouch light punch, stand light punch both times. Let's see if Tokido actually goes for a Streebog here. He does, so he still goes for the Streebog because he's hoping that Blaz is like, oh, you won't go for the Streebog because you did last time, and you know that I know that you know. So again, it's all mind games here. So Tokido went for it right there. Blaz is gonna pick up this information. It might not actually ever help him. But what Blaz does here is throw a fireball at him because, again, light Streebog is really negative. So, although he can't punish it, Blaz takes advantage of it and throws a fireball. You'll also notice this is the 3rd fireball he's thrown in pretty close proximity to each other because he was trying to go for high blade kicks. They weren't reaching far enough. He kept whiffing them, so now he's going for the even farther one. He's throwing fireballs because he's also noticed that, you know, Tokido's not going for any random jumps or anything like that, and, you know, probably not going to get punished here. And so Blaz is trying to establish the fact that now he's opening up the neutral, the footsies, to him throwing fireballs at Tokido. So Tokido has to think a little bit differently about this match. And look at that. Tokido has been in preemptive button mode so much that after Blaz does the fireball here, what did I say? How do you whiff punish things? Walk into their range, walk out of their range. Blaz knows this. Blaz knows that Tokido has been in pressing button modes. Look at that, walk forward and walk back. Now, fortunately for Tokido, Tokido did not commit to a particular button that was very whiff punishable. But that's why Blaz did that. Tokido whiffs with crouching medium punch, very hard to whiff punish button there. I don't know how Blaz was like, no, I can't whiff punish that, and didn't try to whiff punish. Like, somehow he just like assessed and was like, nope, not gonna try to whiff a button. And so he walks back forward again. But see, this time, you see what he's doing here? So like, try to go for the shimmy, walk forward, walk backward. See that whiff right there? So Blaz is playing this game right now where he is, you know, really relying on his movement, moving forward, backwards, whatever like that. He finally walks into the range, and instead of shimmying, instead of whatever these things, he says, okay, finally I'm in this range, but before I reach that close-up range that I have gotten to twice by just walking at you, I'm gonna throw out a crouching medium kick. Because, you know why? Because Tokido is probably gonna try to press a button at me again, like the crouch light punch. So what Blaz is doing is he walks up, and do you see the little juke? Like, So this is what I'm talking about, syncopation. A lot of the times, like, I guess it's hard to see here, but like watching it in motion, it feels very weird to me. There's something jarring about the way he does this. Yeah, it's because he just stops. Like, I feel like he just stops walking for like 2 frames. Like, that's not the start of the crouch animation, I don't think. And so basically there's just like a little bit of a syncopation right there. And then he hits him. Yeah, it looks like he starts walking backwards for like a couple of frames. And that was enough to get Tokido to press a button. And so he did it for just half a second and then crouching medium kick. And he was right. He got the counter hit. He goes into the fireball because it's safe in case he's wrong. And he doesn't want to drive rush cancel because he would be so close to burnout. So he's doing the safest option with the fireball. That's not much of a reward, but again, he successfully hit him and now he's gathering more information. Tokido walks up and now Tokido presses forward a lot more. Instead of pressing the buttons early, instead of pressing the buttons early here, he walks extra farther forward to make sure he gets into range for the heavy punch, and he goes for a drive rush cancel. My thought process here is that Tokido realizes he has an entire 3 blocks of drive gauge more than Blaz, so he feels like he can spend the drive rush cancel to get the free mix-up, and they'll still be on even footing, and if Tokido keeps pressing buttons and Blaz blocks a lot of it, he'll actually still have the drive gauge advantage. So he gets in there, makes him block, and that's very plus. So he immediately goes into crouching light kick, which I believe is a true block string. Actually, let's test that, because we can test that, actually. So let's actually test that over here. Okay, so if I do this over here, I set Ryu to block all here, like so, and I do this. No, he did, what was that? Back medium punch. Oof. Okay, it's not a true block string. Obviously, it's a safe gap. Like, Ryu can't do much in there except for perfect parry or ODDP. But clearly, he's going for the fastest buttons possible so that there's no room for Blaz to do anything to him at this point. So he goes crouching light kick and immediately into that same sequence again. Low jab, stand jab, and he actually gets a counter hit here. And Tokido wasn't expecting that counter hit there. So he was just autopiloting in a fake ghost because, again, he's trying to get Blaz to try to parry that, to perfect parry that, and use his meter. So, yeah, I was correct that Tokido is in try to burn out Blaz mode right now. And it didn't work there, and so once again, Blaz throwing the fireball again like he's been showing, and he throws another one. So, like I said, this is 5 fireballs that Blaz has thrown in the last 10 seconds, and I don't think he threw a single one before that. 6 fireballs if you count the one that actually was on a combo. So Blaz is definitely trying to establish a little bit more of the range game right now to maybe try to shut down Tokido's braveness of moving forward or feeling comfortable at farther ranges. And so now you just see Blaz is like, you know what, I don't know what the hell Tokido's gonna do. And so he walks up and just starts blocking. He just starts blocking because, like, at this point, like, this is kind of a scrambly situation. Nobody really knows what's going on right now. Blaz just wants information. He just wants to know where Tokido's mind is at. So he just walks and blocks, walks backwards and blocks, walks and blocks, walks backwards. And that whole entire time, Tokido hasn't really committed to anything. So after block, walk, block, walk, block, he's like, Tokido is not doing the buttons zoning thing. He's probably looking to whiff punish me. So he tries to walk really farther forward because he's trying to steal that space. Again, that's part of Footsies, right? So he's like, okay, 3 times I did micro walk, block, micro walk, block, micro walk, block. He's not pressing buttons, so I can't whiff punish that, so I'm gonna walk forward. I'm gonna walk forward, and tried to engage in his space. Well, Tokido immediately went from, I'm not doing much except for that standing medium kick, which is super non-committal. So I think I was right that Tokido just uses that button as a very hard to whiff punish button, but to make it look like he's doing something so that it's not obvious that he's just sitting there looking to whiff punish something, right? Like, it's kind of disguising that a little bit. But Tokido then immediately goes, you see how, like, he gets a little nervous over here. Like, you can see, like, a little bit of that, like, he's pumping something. But then Blaz walks into the range, and then I think Blaz's rubber band broke, and he's like, no, I just saw Tokido walk backwards. I'm going to stop moving forward because he's probably going to be scared to press a button. Then he saw Tokido was like, oh, he crouched. Okay, so he might still be scared. And then he stood up. I don't know to do what. And Tokido managed to hit him. And immediately, Blaz, what does he do? Backdash, reset the situation, clean slate, let's go. And so now he's back in this range again. And Tokido walked forward right when Blaz decided to walk forward. Whoa, okay. That's a scary situation. This happens a lot. Both players walk up and they go crap. And so both players crouch, and we end up into the same south of the border standoff that we have before. Thank you, Scuzzball. I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying this. And again, I want to be very clear for anyone who just joined that I could be wrong on a lot of this. But this is how my interpretation of things. And what I really, really want to emphasize is this is what they're thinking. Like, if you don't think that this is what they're thinking during a match, like that's not true. Like, this is how much they're thinking about this. Now, Tokido and Blaz could watch this and be like, bro, what are you even talking about? Like, you are making this way more complicated than it is, right? Like, maybe it could possibly happen. Because, again, the best we can do is guess, right? That's the best we can do is guess how they're thinking. But at high levels, this is how fast people are thinking. Like, this is the information they're gathering. And so this is so much information they're gathering. But as you can see, the reason why I can't tell you, like, oh, he figured this part out, figured that, this is the difference, is because you see how fast they're changing modes. They're just switching all the time really fast, really fast. And it's hard to say, but sometimes, you know, instinctively, you just get to a point where you're like, I think I understand his rhythm. And I know I can get away with all this stuff now. And then that's kind of what happens. And because Blaz ends up dominating this match later on. We'll probably not get to that today, but it would be interesting to look at the difference between a round at which they are very obviously equally matched here versus a round where Blaz just starts winning. Oops, I lost my cursor. There we go. So again, last time what happened was when they got into this range, you know, he got hit by this crouching medium kick. Last time they were all, the very beginning of the round, remember, this was the same thing that Tokido did. So he backdashes, resets it. Again, that scary walk up into, oops, and now we're at the south of the border standoff again. But this time Blaz is adamant about not doing anything. And see, so Tokido walked backwards, trying to get Blaz to whiff a button, and that was an autopilot whiff punish, potentially, or I just want to poke at him because this move just reaches really far. So he got that. But again, remember the last time Blaz blocked this, he did crouching medium punch to take his rightful turn. Because again, if we look at this over here, crouching medium kick is -3 on block. Sure, it's not punishable, but Ryu has an advantage here. And last time he pressed crouching medium punch. And if Ryu does crouching medium punch over here, ooh, I have a crouching medium punch, sick. If Ryu does crouching medium punch here, I cannot do anything to stop it, right? No matter what I try here, I am going to lose, right? Unless I just have a auto space with punish type of thing where I do something like that, right? But, you know, when he did it, he was too close, and that's not going to work because I'm just going to get hit. They were too close. This time they're a little bit farther away, but I think Blaz knows that Tokido knows that crouching strong is a threat. So Tokido's not gonna press any buttons. And so what Blaz realizes then is, well, you're not gonna press any buttons. My strong might not reach, but it might, so you're not sure. So instead of actually hitting crouching strong, I'm actually going to let it rip and throw out a standing heavy punch, right? Because he knows that, Tokido probably wasn't gonna do anything. So he just pressed his heavy punch, maybe tried to hit Tokido doing a walk back autopilot whiff punish. So he hits heavy punch. He doesn't even cancel it into anything. And Tokido just blocks it. And so now he just goes back to the fireball. Again, why did he go back to the fireball? I really don't know. Like, I can't be like, well, again, I can make a guess. And it's like I said, again, I don't think Blaz wants Tokido to feel comfortable at this range, at the outside range, right? So block this, and so he walks back. Remember, he used to walk back and do the high blade kick. Now he's walking back and throwing the fireball because Tokido hasn't jumped forward in this match at all. And I don't think Blaz has jumped forward in this match at all either. So he's throwing the fireball here to control that range better than the high blade kick can. Tokido perfect parries it and continues to walk forward, gets into the range and presses a button, just trying to hit him, hoping that Blaz maybe tries to press another button or move forward or something. And now he backs off back to neutral. We're back into neutral again. And God, Tokido's so smart here. He realizes that Blaz has thrown a lot more fireballs. So he backs into this space where he knows that Blaz is trying to establish, you aren't free just to chill there. I'm throwing fireballs. So Tokido purposely walks into a range that makes Blaz feel safe to throw a fireball. And what does he do? He throws an OD fireball. Like, this is genius, dude. And that just goes right through the projectile because he understands that Blaz is throwing that fireball to try to make sure he can control that distance a little bit. Again, Street Fighter is about distances. You notice that this distance is, the way that I've described this distance has been one particular mini game that they've been playing. And then when they get to this range, out like here, this has been a different mini game that they've been playing. Blaz has tried the high blade kicks, etc. He's been using fireballs and it's been working. So now Tokido knows that he's not worried about any of that close range mini game anymore. He's continuing to tell the story here of the farther distance game over here. So he's continuing the story there and he's like, you've been throwing fireballs. I am going to punish that. This is beautiful. He gets the hit and now he's going to be able to get this spike over here. And now you're a screen away here. He gets to plant that like everybody, and then Tokido recognizes that he dashes forward. Now, one thing that's important to note here, if you ever see JP do spike into departure here, like that, this is a free dash, if I'm not mistaken. So let's actually take a look at this. I say this a lot on commentary, and let's do this here. Let's actually take a look at this. I'm gonna set Ryu to wake up with a dash. 4 dashes right there, right? And so if Tokido does, oops, don't block. Let's do no block like this. So if I do this, boom, into spike, into, oops, that's not the input. There's the input. Okay, so I do, let's say I do this, and I do that, and he dashes, right? You notice something that JP is plus 10 in this situation. Right? So if I do this, oops, wrong thing again. He's plus 10. Okay, so in that one, the timing's a little different. That time he was plus 9. Well, you notice the spike startup is 22. The spike startup is 22. What the hell else am I gonna hit him with this far? Maybe I can try to do this into spike, but the spike startup is still pretty long as well, right? So like, it's 20 frame startup. You can see it on the frame meter here. I do, ooh, pow, and it hit on the 20th frame. it's 20 frames. In other words, there is no way for JP to hit Ryu, even though he's minus 10 from that far away. So he plants this, and that is a free dash. If you ever watch anyone play against JP on tournaments at high levels, as soon as JP plants that departure, the player dashes forward. Because there's no way for JP to punish this. He doesn't have anything that hits that far in 10 frames. And so you dash forward because you want to be closer to him so that, you know, there's a threat. You don't want to be a full screen away because that kind of sucks. However, Tokido predicts that Blaz is going to keep trying to move forward. And so that prediction is he throws the spike closer. So this is not a full screen spike. It is the mid-screen spike right here. Blaz, you know, sees that and is like, you know what? I'm just going to parry this because I want to parry that. Oh, he didn't hold it for the spike. Interesting. Okay. And so, yeah, so unfortunately for him, he doesn't get to move forward. And what's nice about this, because now we know the spike is coming, there is a distinct threat here that Tokido decides to take advantage of by dashing forward a couple of times. And now a third time. Look at that. So because that spike was planted there and that interaction occurred the way it did, Blaz did the right thing by dashing forward. Yeah, is this the... Oh, this is the fireball... Like right here. Yeah, so he gets the knockdown right here. Pow, pow. And so he gets the read that he's going to dash forward. He throws this out, but now he knows that if he does spike, by the time he dashes the third time, the departure shadow will come automatically. So 1, 2, 3, and there it is. So he's in his face now, and wow, he goes for a throw. That's like the first throw that we've seen this whole match, I think. I think it was the first throw that we've seen, and somehow Blaz actually techs it. Like, I'll tell you this right now, like, if you ever run into me online, just shimmy me and I die. Like, I'm so bad at this little mini game right here, the teching when they actually try to throw or like not doing it. I get shimmied all day. Like, if you watch me play, I just get mad every time I get shimmied because I'm like, why did I do that? Like, I tell myself not to do that, take the throw, and then I get shimmied again. Oh, I'm so mad at myself. I don't know how Blaz knew that Tokido was gonna go for the throw. I don't know, because if Tokido just pressed the button instead, he might have got a counter hit, combo, and he would have won the round. But he actually went for the throw. Maybe because Blaz was like, I have enough life right now that he knows that I know if I get hit, I die, so I'm willing to take the throw. So Tokido's gonna try to just gonna count on me taking the throw, so I can risk taking the throw, because for sure he's gonna go for the throw, because he knows that I wouldn't risk trying to take the throw. I knew that you knew that I knew that you knew that I knew, that might have been the reason why. I don't know, because if I did, I'd be in top 8s at these tournaments. But I'm not that good. So he techs in this situation here, and then again, Blaz doing the walking forward testing again. And he realizes being a screen away and throwing fireballs isn't good, so he walks forward, walks back, and throws a fireball. Why? Because every time he's done this, Tokido has pressed the button. He's walk forward, walk backwards, Tokido presses the button. Walk forward, walk backwards, Tokido's pressed the button. So he's walking back forward, he walks backwards, and now he's trying to whiff punish or counter hit whatever button Tokido presses. Tokido doesn't press a button. Tokido is still caught by surprise, so he misses the perfect parry, which we've seen he's capable of. And then, oh God, he adds in the next layer. He adds in the next layer. No, Ryu does not have a fake fireball, but he has light Hashogeki. He sees that Tokido is reacting instantly to fireballs with a parry. So like I said, I even said it right here. Tokido got caught off guard by this so much that he didn't have the right timing to perfect parry. He just hit it early because he wants to be safe. So what does Blaz do? Hashogeki at a range at which it'll miss. And what does Tokido do? He tries the parry. He tries the parry. But Blaz didn't take advantage of it. Why didn't he throw? Like, why didn't he throw? maybe he knew it would have been too late or something, but like, that was the perfect bait. I don't know why Blaz pressed the button there. I'm really not sure, to be honest with you. JNV asks, so what should you do with the bar of drive gauge that is awarded by the successful throw escape? There's no answer to that question. There really isn't an answer to that question. So when we actually see him get this throw escape over here, boom, and he gains that gauge over there, again, the answer to that question is, okay, whenever people ask me this kind of question in fighting games, so what should you do in this situation? So what should I do with this meter? How do I? The answer is always going to be, what has your opponent done? And why does that justify you to do this? There will never be a perfect answer in these situations outside of like punishes. What's the optimal damage? Or like, you know, things like that. But in situations like this, when it comes to meter spin, how should you blah, 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 blah. You notice that what I'm talking about here, there's not like everyone, when they do something and I really don't know, I'm just like, I don't know. But like everything that they've done, I keep trying to relate it to something that the opponent did earlier. He probably tried this because Tokido did. He probably did this because Blaz did. Like, what I'm doing is I'm always relating their actions based on what the opponent is doing. So you get the extra drive gauge there. What should you do with it? I don't know. What has your opponent been doing? Right? That's the question. That is the eternal question. Because again, if there is a solid answer, and this is so important to understand in fighting games, if I can give you an answer, then that thing is broken, or it's a bad fighting game. Because it should never have an answer. That's why when people are like, how do I escape this mix-up? What did he do last time? What did he do the time before that in this mix-up? Right? If I can say, oh, just fuzzy guard at this timing and then jump back and it defeats 100% of the options, then the other player should never have tried it. Why would you try something on an opponent that there is a 100% guaranteed way to escape it? Right? It has to be a situation where there is a guess to be made. Otherwise, it's useless. Otherwise, you literally are wasting your time doing something that has one answer to it, right? That's the situation here. So, like, there's never a straight answer to a lot of these situations, because if there was, it's a bad fighting game. is kind of the way you want to look at it. It has to be like, what should I do with this? I don't know. Or like, well, the person kept doing this, so now I'm gonna save my meter for the whiff punish drive cancel. Or like, the person keeps missing this. Oh, he keeps trying to tech my throws, so I'm gonna use the drive rush cancel into crouch light punch and then walk back and shimmy him, and he's gonna tech it, and I've got a level 3 and I'm gonna punch him in the face and go for a big level 3 combo. That is what you should do with the drive rush gauge that you gained because of information you have gathered in the match. I've always said one of the things about fighting games is every decision that you make has to be based off of something that you understood the opponent did. When you first start the matchup and you've never fought him, yeah, you play based on the character, but as you play, as I've gone through, this has only been 50 seconds here. I've been talking about this round for 2 hours. Okay, like almost maybe an hour and a half for something like that, right? Like, I've been talking about this for 50 seconds in a round, but everything that happens is always information. And I've been showing you what kind of information you can gather out of that to figure out how to fight them. You know, I've often talked about, you know, the tree analogy that I have, that, you know, you have an orchard full of 26 trees or however many characters there are. You run into an opponent and they're a Blanca player. So you're like, okay, you go look for the Blanca tree and you run up to the Blanca tree and there's this giant trunk, right? This is this giant trunk, and this is all your, this is how I use my character versus Blanca knowledge. And there's a lot of knowledge there, and it'll get you pretty far. This is how I fight this character with my character knowledge. That's why it's the giant trunk. But off of the trunk are 1 billion branches. And so you're like, as you play, you're on this trunk, and then you're like, oh, he's aggressive. Go down the aggressive branch. Oh, he likes to wake up DP. Oh, go down the wake up DP branch. Oh, he likes to, and you just keep going through all the branches until you hit the leaf. And that leaf is the unique leaf for that human being. But the thing is, you don't have to get to that leaf, because if you get to like the second to the last branch, you got a pretty good idea of what that player is like, right? And so that's what you're doing as you're playing the game. And again, a lot of it is instinctual. You'll be playing against someone, you'll be like, oh my God, this guy's really aggressive. And you just are automatically going down the path of the aggressive branch. You don't have to be like, oh, that's right. How do I fight aggressive people? Like, you don't have to think about that. You're just like, dude, he's aggressive, and kick in. Fight aggressive person. Oh, he likes to do this. Kick in. This is how I fight him. And so again, you're doing this the whole match because you are going to make every decision that you have based off of what they are doing. And again, you could be wrong. You could go down a branch and then just be like, oh, he's techs all the time. And then you try something and he doesn't tech, and you're like, whoa. And then so you back out of that branch. You may have to back out like 5 branches. You're like, whoops, go back down to here and keep building up and trying to go down another branch, the correct branch, right? And that's what you're trying to do when you're fighting against somebody. And so you have to do a lot of your decisions right there based off of what the opponent is doing. Now, one of the hardest things is that the better you get at this game, you're a damn leaf that can just jump between branches, right? So at the highest levels, if you're Blaz and you're fighting Tokido, you're just like, you know what? He's just going to adapt to everything that I do. It's not about trying to find the leaf that he is. You're just like, you know what? Like, forget the trunk, forget all this shit. Like, he's a good freaking player. Fundamentals, let's go, right? You know what your like specific punishes the things are. You got to know if this character's this is minus or whatever. But all the mind games at that point, you just have to assume that your opponent has all the knowledge. So in this particular situation, there's really no like, okay, I know that Tokido is this type of person, so this is what I should do with the meter, right? It's just going to be based off of entirely of what's happening in the match. Like Petty says, you can always not drive the meter. But JNV asks, was Blaz trying to trick Tokido to burn drive gauge with the whiffed drive parry? I don't think so, because there's no way, like, I'm trying to figure out how that would work here. Out of Bort says, probably figured Tokido would try to tech once he recovered from parry, so Blaz threw a heavy punch. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. That's absolutely a justified read. That is 100% a good read, and I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, maybe he was thinking that, you know, I'm too late to get the throw, but he's gonna panic throw tech, so I'm just gonna punch him in the face. That could absolutely be what he was thinking here. But right there, so what do you mean exactly? A whiffed drive parry burns 1 drive gauge bar. Yes, right? So you're saying, was Blaz trying to trick Tokido to burn drive gauge with the whiffed drive parry? So, oh, right. Oh, you're saying when he did this and he whiffs the drive gauge right here. There's another thing, actually, now that you talked about this, that actually makes a lot of sense here. And so Out of Bort definitely has a read there. But what happens a lot in this particular situation is that a lot of players will parry in this situation here. And what they think is, yeah, so I see what you're saying, JNV, that he's like, oh, you whiffed the drive parry? So let me go ahead and press heavy punch to drain even more of your drive gauge. That is definitely something that might have been the decision, but it would have been an incorrect decision, because if he knew that he could actually punish the drive parry, always remember that if I throw you and it is a punish counter, you lose a bar of life. Throwing and getting a punish counter, which you get when you throw out of a drive parry, drains an entire bar of life there. And so when you do that, you will drain more drive gauge by getting the throw and having a better mix-up and doing a fifth of their life. It's too worth it not to do that in a lot of the situation here. But yes, so out of Bort, you're jumping ahead to exactly what I was gonna say. A lot of the times when people whiff a drive parry like this and they know they're screwed and are gonna get thrown, what they do is they drive rush cancel it. Because what happens then is that they leave the drive parry state, and when the guy throws him, it's no longer a punish counter. So instead of losing like 2,040 damage, they'll lose the 1,200 that they would normally lose. And it won't be a punish counter, so I can just get up and actually not be stuck where I am. So what Blaz was probably trying to do was read that Tokido was gonna drive rush forward, so he would just punch him in the face with heavy punch and deal a lot of damage to take advantage of that. So again, Blaz was jumping ahead of the mini game, the mind game, the mix-up, and he's like, you're gonna drive rush forward and I'm gonna get all the damage here because I wanna kill you. And unfortunately, he was wrong. And again, like, yeah, he's wrong, and you might feel bad, but don't. It's information. And given the fact that Blaz ends up winning this set very dominantly, being wrong in the situation wasn't a problem at all. Wasn't a problem at all. See, and he even drive rush canceled it. He didn't even hit confirm it. That's exactly what he was doing. That is exactly what he was doing. He wanted to punch him in the face, drive rush cancel, and just go nuts on his ass. He wanted to blow him up, so he drive rushes. However, because DRCs are DRCs, he turns it into a mix-up, and he goes for a throw. He goes for a throw. That's the second time he's done drive rush in the throw, and Tokido has teched it both times. So what Blaz might be thinking here is, okay, he teched it. This time he's not gonna tech it. Or he could be like, I want him to think I'm always gonna go for this throw, so I can set myself up for a win in the future. Right? Because like I said, and like someone asked, a lot of this is instinctual, right? Tokido doesn't see the drive rush cancel and go, well, I have the ability to do this, and he was going to try. Like, he's like, oh shit, oh, this feels like a throw, and he techs, right? And if you reinforce that for the opponent, they might just keep doing that, like, instinctually later on, and you might get a round win because of that. Like a comeback. You might get a comeback because the one time you kept doing that and they tech it, and you're just doing that because you want them to feel comfortable that way. You want them to feel comfortable that they can do that. Another story I've often told was I fought an Akuma player with Zangief in Street Fighter 4. And when Akuma threw a fireball, the Akuma threw a fireball from a screen away, I would jump forward, and every time I jumped forward, so Zangief couldn't crouch Akuma's standing heavy kick, okay? He couldn't crouch under it. He had to block the whole thing. Shorter characters could. Zangief could not. So he would throw a fireball, I would jump over, the Akuma would walk up and do roundhouse, block, block, and I'd block the two roundhouses, right? Shitty situation for Zangief, but I was like, he's not getting anything out of this. And I was like, and then he did it again, and then he did it again, and I was like, if I empty jump and go into EX green hand, I will hit him for sure. I will 100% hit him. But I'm winning. I'm already up a game. I'm already like up another round. I was like, then I'm not gonna use it. I'm not gonna punish him for that. I'm gonna just let him keep thinking it's working. And at some point in time, sure enough, it just became autopilot, right? And so I'm fighting him, and then it's match point for me, and he has a tiny bit of life left, and I was like, well, time to win. And I purposely walked backwards, he threw a fireball, I jumped, EX green hand, he died. Like, I was winning without it. So why am I gonna use it? Like, I'm just gonna let him keep thinking it's working. I block it, but then I can win the neutral afterwards, etc., etc. So I don't need to use it. I'll save it. And I did, and I won the match because of that, right? This is one of the hardest things that happens to us when we play online, because you don't think you're gonna run into these guys ever again. So you just do all your stuff, and then you go play in a tournament, and you do all your stuff, and now you have nothing left saved in the bag to be able to win or get you the comeback, right? Because maybe it's a situation where, like, you're doing something, you're trying to save it, but now you're down one game in a round, and you're like, God damn it, I need the win. So you use that trick to try to secure a round, and maybe that changes the momentum. Maybe you still lose. The point is, though, you saving it for a proper situation, and whether you use it or not is based off of if you're winning or losing or not, etc., etc. So again, like, this shit gets deep, man. Like, and yeah, I literally thought that while I was playing, and I did the same thing to a boxer player with Zangief in the same tournament. Again, this is when I was way better at fighting games. Zangief's lariat was also in season 1 just like ignorant in a lot of ways. Like, you just lariat, and it was really hard to hit, and boxers are scared to do dash punches. And so I would lariat around this, like, in this range where I would stay out of his, like, crouching heavy kick ranges, and I would lariat, and he just blocked, and he just blocked. And then we would do the thing, and I'd lariat, and he just blocked, and he just blocked. He never did anything, right? And so I was like, okay, I know how to kill him now. I know how to kill him. So at the end of the round, when he had like 40% life left or whatever like that, I would lariat, and instead of staying outside of his range, I slid forward with the lariat and then just did the 720, and he died. I did my ultra 720, and he died, because, like, I was like, I don't need to do this now. Like, I'm winning, and I have him in the corner, so I don't need to do anything. I don't need to use this. But now, if I know this ultra's gonna kill, now I'll just use the trick, and I did, right? So again, you're reading the situation. What should you do with? How should you do this? What did the opponent tell you you should do with this meter? What did the opponent tell you about whether you should tech or not? What did the opponent... Everything that you do should be based off of what your opponent does. Again, if you don't have that much information, because you guys are playing online, then you do the trunk and you go down the branches and all that stuff like that. And even then, as you keep playing, at first your decisions aren't going to be based off of what the opponent has told you, because the opponent hasn't told you anything. But as you keep playing and you keep learning more and more and more, you know what you should do, because you start figuring out who the player is, what their tendencies are. Again, one of my number one Jay Chenzor axioms is fighting games are a two-player game. They are a two-player game. You are not fighting a computer AI that's eventually going to swing that you get to hit them with. There's no pattern that you're going to find. You're fighting another person. And so, because you're fighting another person, you have to base your decisions off of what the person is doing, right? Now, there are situations where the matchups are bad, and, like, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm gonna try to, well, that didn't work. I'm gonna try, that didn't, this sucks, right? Like, that's a bad matchup situation, is that, you know, when I say there is an answer and you can't, like, there's no true mix-up, that's what causes bad matchups. So, like Zangief, right? I gotta fight Lily. Lily hits from 10 miles away. I jump. This button hits the entire sky. Yeah, at that point, there's a right answer on how to fight Zangief with Lily. And that's what makes it a bad matchup. That's a bad matchup. But if the matchup is good, then most of the situations will be a lot more diverse than that, right? But that's why we have bad matchups. Or it's just every time I guess right against them, I get to do this much damage. And every time he guesses right against me, he gets to do that much damage. That's another bad matchup kind of situation there. How about a level 8 CPU? So level 8 CPU is broken. They read inputs and they will just super you when you touch a button and stuff like that. So you don't want to, like, that's just like, that level 8 CPU is, oh, you want a hard challenge to fight against? Here, hard challenge to fight against. And it'll do that, right? It'll give you a challenge. Now you're just trying to fight a difficult boss in a one-player game. And that's cool. Level 7 CPU is a little more fair than that. But the problem with it is that, you know, you can still find patterns. You can still game it in a lot of ways. Like, level 7 CPU Ryu is, like, he's gonna drive impact eventually. Right? So, like, yeah, if I fight the level 7 CPU, I'll be kind of more wary of the drive impact because you know it's coming because the CPU is just gonna do that, right? But when you're fighting another human being, there is a very, very clear chance that the opponent might never drive impact. And why? Because they probably forgot it existed or they just never use it. Like, I never drive impact because I always forget it exists. You know, so like the other guy could just be like, he's gonna drive impact, and then like it never happens and you die. So when you're fighting another human being, you're like, okay, he's not drive impact. This guy forgot drive impacts exist. Oh well, whatever. And now you can play and get it out of your mind. But if you're fighting against a CPU, it's a CPU. They can program the CPU as well as they want, but there is always gonna be ways to find patterns in that. And so what I've often said is that you use the level 7 CPU to recognize situations you don't have knowledge in. So I'll get a knockdown in this weird situation. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. So then I'll turn them off the CPU and then go lab that situation. Or I'll fight the CPU and the CPU does something. I'm like, I don't know how to punish that. What's my optimal combo with the range that I'm at? And so I'll switch them back to the dummy and I'll test that range out and then I go back and play against the CPU. So playing the level 7 CPU gives you insight into the holes in your knowledge of fighting against this character. That's what level 7 is really good for, but it's not ever really going to teach you how to play the mind games because you can try to throw the CPU 5 times in a row and it's just gonna be random, right? The CPU is just gonna be like, I'll take it this time, I won't take it this time, I won't take it this time, I'll take it this time, I'll wake up DP this time. Like, it doesn't actually learn you, so you can't adapt to something that doesn't adapt to you. All you're doing is finding a pattern on how to beat it because it's a computer. Will we get to the point where it can adapt to you? Maybe, probably. And at the rate things are going, I would have said like maybe 50 years from now, but maybe 7 years, we'll get that. We're not there right now. Sim is getting there. Okay, that's interesting. It sucks that we can't really have a difficulty with fighting game AI between kind of hard if you don't know what you're doing and blatantly cheating. Yeah. And it's why a long time ago I used to say fighting against the CPU was useless. However, I've changed my tune because the level 7 CPU in Street Fighter 6 is pretty fair and they commit to their, quote, guesses. Like, I have actually wake up DP'd like the computer trying to meaty throw me. You know, stuff like that. Or I have even hit the computer trying to shimmy me. Like the computer walks back and I wake up with crouching medium kick and I've hit the computer with that. So I was like, that's really interesting. Okay, so there's value to it because it at least simulates a real match so that when you reach a point where you're like, I actually don't know what I'm supposed to do in this situation, you know what to study. So yeah, the level 7 CPU can help that, but it's not going to help you how to fight a human being. Like I said, what the CPU is going to do is it's going to teach you where you need to lab more. And then you've got to learn how to fight a human being because it's so important. That's why I always say you are fighting another human being who has faults and who has their own thoughts. And like I was saying earlier, like everybody has had a different life and all the things that have happened in their life make them a different human being. And I love that part, right? So when you fight somebody else, you're trying to learn who that human being is. Which is why I always say when you finally have that first match where you're fighting someone at the same level as you, and both of you are good, and both of you adapt, and you keep adapting to each other, and you keep trading wins, like you just fight, and then all of a sudden you win like 3, and you're like, I've got you figured out, but then the other guy wins like 4, and you're like, what happened? And you kind of go back and forth, and you play this long set, like, you are best friends after that. Like, that's just fact. You are best friends after that. Like, there's no other outcome. When you have a match like that with somebody else, you are best friends after that, because it's just the sickest thing. Like I said, I did that on Guilty Gear Strive when it first came out. I fought a May with my Potemkin, and we were doing that back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And like, you could feel it. I was like, oh God, that was so smart. You read that I'm doing this. And then I change it up. And then he's like, and I hit him. And I'm sure he was like, oh, sick, nice job. And it just kind of went the other. But it kind of went the other way, you know, and stuff like that. But when that happens, it's actually one of the greatest feelings ever. It is honestly one of the greatest feelings ever to have. And it is one of the true moments that's just gonna make you, like, even when I think about it, I get a little emotional, so I get a little teary-eyed about it. But like, as soon as it happens and you have that experience, you're like, motherfucker, this is what fighting games is. Oh my God. Like, it's euphoric. And like I said, you become best friends immediately. Like, you guys just become best friends. Now my eyes are just dry. Ouch. But yeah, that's basically how it works, right? So, oh yeah, see, last week I went against my first Viper in casual matches. First, I went 0-3, and then it ended 9-10. It was a great time. Exactly. Like, that stuff is great, dude. Like, it's so good. And that's the goal you're trying to achieve in fighting games. Your goal in fighting games isn't to win. Your goal is to have that match, dude, because that is one of the pinnacles of fighting games right there, when you have that match, because it's one of those things where you're like, okay, I know now that I'm good enough to adapt to this guy, and I'm fighting someone who's good enough to adapt to me, and we're adapting to each other, like seriously, like, you guys are going on like a road trip. You two are forced into a road trip that by the end of it, you went from being annoyed by each other to just being like, hey man, that was a great road trip. Like, at the end of the movie, and you give each other a hug, and you see the guy walk away, and you may never see him again, and you're just like, is there any way I might be able to contact him again in the future? You know, kind of thing. Like, you literally become best friends at the end of those kind of matches. Like I said, my favorite moment was the Hotashi and the Latif match, where they played before Evo, talking shit. Oh, US better than EU. Oh, EU better than US. And they were really mad at each other. They really wanted to beat each other. And they played a 1st to 13, and nobody ever got a 2-game lead. Nobody. The whole time. And it was like the 12, like, it was like 12 to 11 or 12 to, you know, it was like 10 to 11 or something like that. And they were playing a match, and like I said, it wasn't even between games. It was between rounds. Someone won a round in some way, and I don't even remember if they looked at each other. They just both raised their fist bumped, and they just kept playing. Like, even though they were talking shit and they really wanted to beat each other, that match of them playing each other, the level of respect, and you're just like, yeah, you're good. Like, this shit is good. And the other guy's like, you're good. This shit is amazing. And so they just like fist bump each other. And it's just like, that's like one of my favorite stories to tell. One of my favorite moments that I've ever seen in fighting games, because that to me embodied what fighting games is about, right? That's what fighting games is about. Is that good match that you have with somebody. Because when you experience that, it is just one of the most euphoric things that you're ever going to experience. And again, you stop caring whether you win or lose, because you just know that it just felt awesome and it was just so fun. And, you know, winning isn't necessarily the part that brings you joy in fighting games, right? Fighting games, like, if you're not like Dual Kevin or like Dogra, like, I need to win this because I can win $1 million. Like, if you're playing fighting games and you're trying to get good and enjoy it and maybe go to events but not necessarily win, just have fun or whatever like that, that's the end goal right there, is to have that match. It's not to win. You know, you don't care about winning or losing. You just want to have a really good match with someone. Because if you're fighting someone who can't adapt to you, That shit is boring. You just steamroll them. If you find someone who's steamrolling you, what fun is that, right? Like, so the joy really comes from when you are fighting somebody else who's at your level and you outsmart them maybe at the last second and beat them, or you just play this long set and you guys are just going back and forth and back and forth. That is what fighting games are about, because you enjoy having someone adapt to you because that forces you to adapt to them. And it just creates this awesome conversation. And it's just so much fun. It's just so much fun. I play to validate my failures in real life. Same, bro. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I feel for people who say they only have fun when they win. Yeah, and that's a difficult thing about that. If your only goal is to win, I mean, honestly, I don't think you should be playing fighting games. Unless you are saying that and you're actually like ridiculous. Like if Blaz came out and said like, no, I play only to win, I'd be like, yeah, okay, fair, you know. But like if you're someone else and you're learning and you're trying to get good at a fighting game, if your only goal is trying to win, then you're not gonna have fun. And this is not the genre for you, because getting better at fighting games is losing. You can't get better at fighting games without losing. Like, it's literally impossible to get better at fighting games without losing. You can't grow unless you lose. Whereas, like, if you play other games, like, oh, I'll play this game and I pass this level with a B grade and I'll just keep getting better and better and better. You started with a success. You don't have to die necessarily to get better at something. But in fighting games, yes, you absolutely 100% have to lose to get better at fighting games. If you only win, that doesn't make any sense. Like, it just doesn't, it can't happen. It can't happen. It's impossible, you know? Oh man, you gotta have your big epic Okada versus Omega type of match, win or lose, yeah. Wasn't that like one of the storylines that were bitter rivals, and after that match they became like best friends or something like that? That was the story of that they had for them in the NJPW, if I'm not mistaken. They even tried to teach you this in the World Tour. No one ever got strong without losing. Don't lose hope. Yep. Bro, I just checked. Blaz has come second at Capcom Cup, EWC, and Evo France. Yep. It sucks. And the funny thing was, when it happened at EWC, I didn't want to talk to Blaz directly because he's hurt and he was clearly shook by it. Like, I think he was just like, oh, I got this in the bag when he went up, 3-1 against Shanghai. It was like, this is easy. I'm blowing him up. And then Shanghai's like, and then it just all fell apart. And so I didn't want to talk to Blaz directly, but he looked really distraught. And I walked up to his dad and I was like, hey, I don't know if you know who I am. Like, I'm a commentator. I've been around. I've seen this. Can you just, please let him know that as someone who has been around this for so long, right? I was like, don't take this to heart, because he's going to be winning so many events at some point. Oh my God, he's going to be winning so many points. The only way he wouldn't be winning a ton of events is if it actually turns out he's not Mozart, that he's Salieri, and Mozart shows up. That's the only way Blaz is not going to be winning a bunch of events in the future, right? Or if just like he is Mozart, but then like 90 other Mozarts show up because it's just a different time and age, right? Like, playing video games is more accepted. But man, Blaz is going to be winning so many events. He's going to be winning so many events. God damn. That kid is crazy. So that kid is absolutely nuts. Anyways, I have been sidetracked very, very long over here. Originally, when I said I was going to do this, I was going to only cover one round because I thought this is what was going to happen, and I was right. But if you guys like this, I mean, in the future, I can do future rounds. But we're only going to do one round here because clearly we are out of time. What's up, Cybernetic? How's it going? What's up? All right, so back to this situation here. What just happened? I don't even remember. I don't even remember what's going on over here. Oh, that's right. He did that and they teched again. Okay. So they're back at neutral again. They are back in neutral again. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. See, like, that freaks me out. Like that's a jump scare to me. That makes me get jump scared when this happens. Oh my God. But again, Blaz goes for the shimmy again. So that is the only after drive rush cancel has he ever gone for throw. But this is the 4th or 5th shimmy. I've lost count at this point. But it's another shimmy. But holy crap. Every other time he's done the shimmy, he's either stopped or whatever. But this time, dude, he just keeps walking back. He walked back so far to get out of that range and got the whiff punish. That is absolutely crazy. And if I remember, I think Ringe and Logan say the same thing.
Letting the departure spike do a lot of the heavy lifting in the neutral as well. Big throw tech from Tokido. Oh my word! The extended shimmy.
See, like like when you understand like the footsies and stuff like that, you see something like that, you're just like, what the hell just even happened? You know, kind of a thing. So yeah, that was insane. He just walked way back there, got the hit, punish counter, gets the hit over here, decides to build up Denjin. And so what Tokido knows is that Ryu, after he hits you with the high blade kick, he gets a free Denjin charge. Maybe not against JP if JP has level 3, but JP obviously doesn't have a level 3. So Tokido knows that this is a situation in which you want to Denjin charge. He Denjin charges, so as you can see as he's getting up, JP is already recovered while Ryu is still in the middle of the Denjin charge. So Tokido takes advantage of this by drive rushing forward. He wants to get the pressure. He goes for the crouch medium kick because he wants the longest range button he can get. He missed. It whiffed, but Blaz did not get the whiff punish in time. So this is kind of one of those wash situations. Oops. And so after it happens, they're kind of in that same south of the border standoff situation here. So they're just both like, oh, what do we do? And you can see Tokido very quickly going stand, crouch, here. Because what he's trying to do is I think he's trying to walk away without exposing his legs. See how he's micro walking? You see how he's micro walking in between every one of those crouches? He knows that if he walks backwards here and Blaz reads this and crouching medium kicks, he hits him. So Tokido literally is like, okay, block. Okay, block. Okay, block. Like, so until he sees that whiff, and then he's like, okay, now it's my turn, so I'm going to come up here with crouching medium punch. Blaz didn't do anything, and guess what? We're back to neutral. Well, Blaz knows he can't throw the fireball a little further away because Tokido baited him out with the OD ghost and punished him, but Blaz knows that at this distance, it has been working pretty well. And again, if I'm not mistaken, I might have just forgotten or missed a situation, but neither of these players have jumped. I don't think either of these players have jumped this entire round. Oh, Tokido jumped backwards that one time. That's right, it was a super defensive jump from Tokido. He jumped backwards that one time, but nobody has ever jumped forward yet. And so Blaz doesn't feel like that this is a high risk to get jumped over. And so what he does is throws an OD Fireball. What OD Fireball does is it's really fast, and he wants to get the knockdown. He's hoping Tokido presses a button or walks forward. It just gets caught off guard. Tokido, however, is like, I have a life lead. I'm not going to do anything crazy here, because me doing something crazy is how I'm going to die. And he does that later on against Sahara and dies at a tournament. So anyways, so he goes, throws the fireball over here. And then Blaz, because the OD fireball at that range is plus, he dashes forward. So he's using those plus frames to get forward a little bit more. And, you know, Blaz has not dashed forward in neutral at all outside of Oki situations. So when he does this, you see how Tokido is just autopiloting. He is just going, oh, I blocked this OD fireball, and I'm going to walk forward and hit medium punch. He was not expecting Blaz to dash forward. The dash forward came out of nowhere, caught him off guard. He autopiloted it into that, and then Blaz was able to hit him with the crouching medium kick. Now, unfortunately, Blaz does not have any drive gauge left. So if he chooses to burn himself out, does he choose to burn himself out? Again, if I've fought my opponent and I've beat him up really badly and they never get any offense on me, I burn my meter right here. If I'm fighting Tokido and he has a life lead right now and I can't kill him because I only have a level 1, I don't drive rush cancel here. So, you know, if you ask the question, should he have drive rush cancel? Depends on who he's fighting. Depend on what they've done. Depend on what you know about them, right? So the answer will always be based off of who your opponent is. And sure enough, no drive cancel. He didn't even cancel into anything. He canceled this into nothing, which actually surprises me even more. Not even a fireball. He just poked and that was it, right? But he's not going to drive rush cancel that. He might have been able to hit confirm it. He might have been able to hit confirm it by noticing that Tokido started pressing a button. Like if you see your opponent press the button, one of 3 things is happening. Only 3 things can happen here. I hit him, he hits me, or we trade. So there's a lot of times people will confirm off of this. You see him swinging, all right, I'm drive rush canceling. I'm drive rush canceling. Because if I get hit, I can't drive rush cancel. If we trade, I can't drive rush cancel. But if I win, I might as well drive rush cancel and do damage. There is no way you can burn that meter for no reason. Another one is you can just do this into a level 3 super. Right? If you see this, you're like, well, I'm just going to cancel low forward into a level 3 super, and I'll win the round if I hit him. If he hits me, oh well, whatever. If we trade, oh well, whatever. But he pressed the button. He clearly is not going to block this. So I'm canceling this bad boy into a level 3. I'm just doing it. I'm just doing it. So that's another option over here. Why you don't really play straight. The system mechanics make everything, fuck it, I drive rush, cancel, LMA. But again, at the highest level, it's not like that. And that's the thing. Like some people, it is still like that, but it's not like that. Because a bad drive rush cancel can kill you very badly. At lower levels, it's not going to. And you guys saw this. Whenever I burned somebody out with Mariza yesterday, I didn't know how to chase them down. I didn't know what to do. But like at the highest levels, you kind of know. And so if you drive rush cancel stuff, even though you get the mix up if they tech the throw or whatever like that, you know, you might now be like way lower in drive gauge. So the guy, if he can get in there and take advantage of, I have seen a lot of rounds that get lost because someone just did drive rush cancel and then they get burned out and they die, right? Like, so it's not as inconsequential as we think it is. At lower levels, for sure, it is inconsequential, and so you have every right to hate it. But it is a factor. Like there's stuff to understand about it. Again, if you drive rush cancel, you have a 3-second cooldown. If you raw drive rush, you have a 5-second cooldown. I would sooner than later just put the 5-second cooldown on drive rush cancel as well. I think that would be really fair, and I think that would be a good way to nerf drive rush cancels a little more without making them useless. So that would be something that I would do. So love to spend half my drive gauge for no reward. Yep, exactly. It's like that at the intermediate advanced level, which is where I usually hang. No, it absolutely is. It 100% is. It's like that when I play, because I don't know whose drive gauge is whose. I never pay attention to it. I burn myself all the time because I don't have the ability to look and know which gauge is mine and know how much drive I have at any given moment. So like I'm terrible at drive gauge management. That's a whole nother story. But yeah, at that level, it is definitely crazy. So yeah, I swear when you're playing, it feels like that 3-second cooldown goes by in about 10 frames. Yeah, for sure. Because also if you can't stop their pressure, they're just going to start gaining drive gauge because they're attacking you, or if they hit you, they'll be gaining some drive gauge, etc., etc. But like, can you imagine if they like drive rush cancel, they press the button, and everybody, when they do drive rush into button, they're plus, so they're like, and they throw out their next move. But at high levels, you're like, you autopiloting, and then you perfect parry that second button. And now you punish counter them with a heavy punch, and they lose another bar, and then you're like, you know what? I'm gonna combo into the drive gauge. So you like punish counter them, hit a button, drive rush cancel, button into drive impact, and now they've just lost 5 bars, okay? Like literally because they did a drive rush cancel, and then they autopiloted their pressure afterwards. You perfect parried because at that level, everybody does drive rush, crouch, medium punch, or standing medium punch into their another medium punch or whatever. You perfect parry it, and now they're out 5 bars, and they're dead. Oh, man. But again, not easy. Obviously, perfect parries are hard. You could be wrong. They could throw you, and then you lose all the, and you're like, what? But that's, again, as I've already shown a lot in this analysis, being wrong is not a problem. That just means that you know next time they might try to go for the throw again, so you can backdash, or you can just bust out an ODDP or something, or you just take the throw and they're out 3 bars of drive gauge. You take the throw, you're far away, and now you find your best way to get in, even if it costs you like an OD move. You spent 2 bars to their 3 bars to get in on them. And in the process of spending that OD bar, you hopefully drain one of their bars because they're blocking you. So you spent 2, they've lost 4, etc., etc. This is an aspect of the game that I have not unlocked yet myself. I will 100% admit it. This is an aspect of the game I have not unlocked myself because, like I said, I don't know which drive gauge is mine. And I know that sounds stupid, but I have left-right dyslexia, and because you switch sides all the time when you're playing online, it like messes me up really bad. It does. I just don't know who's... The reason why I land level... I've done combos into level 3 when I don't have level 3 because it just felt like I had a level 3. But I forgot I spent a level 1 earlier or something like that. But when you watch me play, you always notice that I don't really use my super meter. I don't wake up with level 1s or all this weird stuff like this. It's because I honestly don't know how much super meter I have. Because I have lost a lot of matches where I'm like, oh cool, I have 3 bars. And I try to wake up with a level 3 and nothing happens and I die and I look down and I was looking at their bar, not my bar. And I hate it. It sucks, dude. So, yeah, but that's a me problem. That's a me problem. So none of you guys out there have to worry about it. That's my problem. I need to solve that. So, back to this match here. What just happened? Okay. Oh, they missed, and then he gets him with that crouching medium kick, nothing happens. Oh God, that's the first solar plexus strike. I hate this move so much. But one of the most powerful things about this move, but he did it in a range where he wanted to stay aggressive here. That's kind of an interesting choice. He hasn't used it before, so what did he do here? Okay, so he hit him with the crouching medium kick, and so what I think he's probably thinking is like, oh, you know, like, he's scared now. He's a little defensive, so I'm gonna take the opportunity to sneak in with this cool button that moves forward, that doesn't let you walk backwards, that's plus on block. Pop quiz, everybody. Take a wild guess how I feel about Ryu's solar plexus strike. God. Anyway, so he does it. He's plus on block. Tokido knows he has to hold that. So standing light kick to take his turn, and then he just kind of walks forward here. And yeah, so again, so this is so he's starting to kind of get a little bit more of Tokido's rhythm here. He walks up, feels Tokido's rubber band, and he's like, he's about to reach his breaking point, heavy punch. So this is the first time that we see Blaz successfully land one of these situations here. So this is one of the first times we've seen that. However, he cancels into a fireball. I don't think he realized it was going to give him the 3 bars here. He doesn't know. He's not going to drive cancel because he doesn't want to burn himself out. And I guess he's not confident that a level 1 could kill in this situation. So he hits the heavy punch right here, and it could have been blocked, right? If it was blocked and he drive rush canceled, he would have burned himself out. He had no idea Tokido was going to get hit by this. So there's no way he could hit confirm this in real time. There's no way. There's no way he could have hit confirm that in real time. That is not something that could have happened. So that's why he didn't drive rush cancel. When we pause, we're like, why didn't he drive rush cancel? Because in real time, there's no way he would have known. He didn't want to burn himself out on block, so he just goes for a fireball, which is the safe option right here. He could have killed, but he didn't know Tokido was going to get hit. So he gets the 2 hits right here, and now he's advancing forward again. Like, part of him, it almost looks like he was like, crap, I could have won. Because he's like, damn it, and then he moves forward again. He's like, damn it, right? Like, and then Tokido whiffs that. And then Blaz tries to punish it a little too late, so Tokido tries the perfect parry. But it was the crouching medium kick, so he couldn't have perfect parrying anyway. But because Blaz realizes that now he's got a lot more drive gauge here, he's like, time is running out, I need to do something. So what he does here is he actually just goes for the drive rush cancel in case he's too late. Drive rush cancel comes forward. He's gone for the throw every single time. But this time he goes for the quick button again because he doesn't want to let JP get any sort of the OS option select kind of thing. Actually, is that a true block string? I don't even know if that's a true block string here. Let me take a look right here. 37 seconds on the clock is a scary situation, honestly. It is. Okay, so, like, judging by your resources and judging by how the match has been going, the way that this match has been going, and because Blaz has only 1 super bar, 37 seconds is a little bit of concern. Because this is only the first round, and it's taken them 60 seconds to get to this point, right? So it's kind of a scary situation here. Yeah, that's a true block string right there. So, because I know crouching medium kicks tend to have very low block stun, but that's fast enough right there. So Blaz goes the safe route here. There's nothing Tokido can do in between there, but as we see here, Blaz is +3. So Blaz is +3 here. So this is a scary situation for him. So Blaz is +3. I hate it when it does that. Okay. And then he shimmies again. Wow, he shimmies again. That's crazy. But again, because he's shimmied 4 or 5 times already, and now time is running out, and Tokido can't really afford to take too many throws anymore, I think what Blaz is thinking here is that I've shimmied 4 or 5 times. So Tokido's gotta be thinking, oh, he's gotta go for the throw this time, especially because he'll put me in a position where now it's guess for game, right? So he's like, clearly this shimmy is gonna work and Tokido's going to panic. And he doesn't. And instead, Tokido again walks back in this situation. So he does this and he walks back, and so he knows that Blaz likes to hit buttons after walking back a little bit, so Tokido walks back himself, and look at that. Like, there is no question what Tokido was trying to do. There is no question. In fact, that might have even been an autopilot whiff punish, because he just does this and like, let's see this here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like 11 frames later, Tokido hit crouching medium punch. No human on the planet is going to react to something like that in 11 frames. I'm sorry, like that's just scientifically proven humanly impossible. So Tokido was space trapping here and just hoping it would work, as well as hoping that even if he didn't press a button, he would be in range that Blaz would have to block it And as you can see here, Tokido drive rush cancels that, right? So again, he was just kind of hoping Blaz would be in range so that he can actually do this, and either he's going to get the whiff punish and kill him, or he's going to drive rush forward. He would have burned himself out, which would have been dangerous, but I think Tokido was also thinking that, hey, if he does block this is, again, I don't know if Tokido is thinking this, but this is my analysis of the situation. Tokido's thinking if he blocks this, I mean, look how much drive gauge he had. So he spent this drive gauge here. Tokido knows he's at 1 bar over here, right? So what Tokido's thinking is, even if he blocks this, he will lose a little bit from the block, a drive rush forward, I will burn myself out. He will have to block something, and then if I burn him out, I have Lavushka. So if I burn him out on the block, I will just cancel into Lavushka. That is practically a free win in this situation if the opponent is burned out and has no life. So I think Tokido was thinking this is pseudo checkmate. Crouch medium punch, drive rush forward. If he blocks, button, cancel into Lavushka. I'm burned out. Lavushka comes out. He's burned out. He jumps and does crazy Lavushka mix up. Blaz dies. I think that's what he's thinking here. However, he happens to get the hit, and so now he's like, oh, sick. Free victory. And he gets that victory. Well, thank you, Cybernetic. I consider that a huge compliment, that you actually feel like my Marisa was doing good enough that, like, if I actually, like, mained her, I would actually do really well. That's a high compliment. I appreciate that. Shit. Hang on a second. Is this maintenance? Oh, we are in maintenance. I'm doomed. I can't do my dailies today. Oops. Oh well, whatever. That's fine. It's not that big of a deal. There is one thing that I might get screwed if this is in maintenance. Come on, baby. We're in maintenance. Crap, I might be screwed about something. Anyways, that was round 1, okay? And spoilers, Tokido wins game 1. And then Blaz just wins the next 3 afterwards. And again, I can't say, unless we watch this carefully little by little, what Blaz actually did. It really just started feeling like Blaz was hitting buttons with better timing. Like Shine said to Feisty, like, just, yeah, you just gotta use your buttons with better timing. And I felt like that's what Blaz did. So, but my whole point of doing this exercise here, again, was not to show how Blaz overcame Tokido. My whole point was that when I was watching this match, I was like, holy shit, there's a lot of footsies going on here. And so I really wanted to go through it like this with a fine-tooth nail. Why can I never a fine-tooth comb? But there's the word nail somewhere in there. I can't remember where. But anyways, I wanted to go through it in so much detail that you guys can get an understanding of what is actually happening in a high-level match. Again, I could be making up a lot of this shit up. If we talk to them, they'd be like, no, I was just doing this because I thought, you know, what the hell, right? And I'm like, he remembered that this and that, and last time they did. Like, I could be talking completely out of my ass. But at this level, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of what I was saying is true. Right? But again, it's so hard to do that. Yeah, it's a lot of it's like, oops, I tried this. Oops, I'm wrong. I tried this. Oops, I'm wrong. Oops, what? Oh, I was right. Oh, like that happens. And that's kind of how a lot of high-level matches go. Not saying that it's random because, like I said, Blaz obviously gets the read. But when you're starting in the first fight always feels like this. The first fight in a match always feels like this. I always talk about this when I'm on commentary. I always say this, that like the top player always seems vulnerable. Like, whoa, what happened to Mena? He got blown up that first round. Well, now you can kind of understand why. because the whole round he was doing all that stuff and he's just like, okay, information, holy crap, this guy's a nut. I didn't think he would do this. Oh my God, information, he loses the first round. And he's like, all right, I got everything I need to know. And then just like 5 perfects, like 3 perfects in a row or something like that. We've seen that happen a lot. And you can see why it happens now, because Mena is picking up all the information in the round that he lost, but the other guy's like, use every trick possible, do this, go crazy. And they're not trying to read the information from Mena, right? And so by the time it gets to round 2, Mena has like a bazooka, he has a machine gun, he has a Gatling gun, there's a tank behind him, there's a bunch of landmines there, and you're coming at him with the same water gun you came at him with at the last round, right? Like if you're fighting water gun to water gun, yeah, you might just win because you're just like, wee! But like as soon as after round 1, Mena is like, I have all this information now. He is way more equipped and armed than the other guy. And so when you're playing these fighting games, this is what you're trying to do. Again, most people watching this aren't going to be able to do this. Yes, it becomes instinctual. Yes, that does require thousands of hours of just playing this constantly. So yeah, are you trying to become one of the best players? If yes, then this is what you are going to expect on your journey. You will get to this point at some point in time. If you're just trying to play casually and have fun, don't even sweat it. Don't even sweat it. You don't even have to put that much time in. Have fun. Have a good time. But if you're frustrated, like I'm stuck in gold, I'm stuck in platinum, like I want to just get to master because that will make me feel good about myself. Yes, you are going to have to learn this. I talked about this in the Roadblocks episodes that by the time you get to that diamond and master transition, you have to start learning how to play against the player. You have to start learning how to gather the information from them. And if you lose, it's not that you got outplayed. You didn't have enough information, right? You can't say someone outplays you if you're playing rock, paper, scissors, right? And then someone else busts out fucking fire and like kicks your ass and he's like, yeah, fire beats paper and dynamite, but nobody ever knew that. It's in the rule book, but no one ever explained that to you. That's not getting outplayed. You just didn't know. Like, you lost because of knowledge, right? Oh God, I never highlighted it. You're right, I forgot. Oops. You just didn't know. That's not being outplayed. That's you didn't know. And so as you keep playing, you have to realize that every time you lose to something, you need to figure out why. And then keep building information and start learning how to take all this knowledge that you're building and start creating your own trees. You got to start watering those trees. If you have a bare tree with no leaves, nothing's going to work. You got to start watering that tree so that the leaves start sprouting and then there's more leaves over here. But that takes time and patience. You got to care for the tree. It's going to hit a disease. And you don't know what disease it is. You look it up and you find out and you can save the tree. And to get a big, ginormous tree with just like the fullest, healthiest leaves possible takes time. But you have to realize that that's what you need to do. So you have to start learning how to analyze people and figure out what they're doing. I can't do this. Even though I'm sitting here and I'm explaining all this to you, I can't do this. Like I said, if I can, I'd be up there fighting against Blaz too. But I can't do this. Like, I'm good enough to always be in that position where, like, I've always called myself, like, back in my heyday, I was the guy nobody ever wanted to fight. Because I could lose to anybody, but I could beat anybody. And so, like, it was annoying to fight me because, like, you're in this path and you're doing well, you run into me. And, like, sure, I probably won't get top 3 of this tournament, like, ever, but, like, I might beat you because, like, I'm actually good enough at that, And so, like, that's the best I can get so far. If I dedicated more time, I could get better than that, but I haven't done that. This, however, you have to understand that you have to put in that time, you have to put in that work, and you have to start doing it, and you're not going to be able to do it right away. Like I said, I can't do this, right? Maybe if I played long enough, I could, but right now I can't. And so if you want to get to this level that these guys are playing, that's what you have to do. If you want to get into Master, you also have to do this. Not at this level, but you really do have to embrace the thing that is just so important, is that I'm looking at the wrong camera. Why am I looking at the wrong camera? Because I was doing the other one. Okay. Because this is important. This is the most important thing you have to understand, okay? And this is like so crucial. You have to get to a point where every decision you make as the game goes is based on what your opponent has taught you. You have to make the decisions based on that. Now, you could have some dirty ass mix up that you're hoping they have a gap in knowledge of, and you just hit them with that and you're like, yeah! But you also have to realize then that while it's cool that you won and got some points, there is a little bit of emptiness to that win. I have played online before where I have had matches where I destroy somebody, and my chat will be like, "That was a good game, James," and my response is literally, "But I learned nothing." Right? Like, I didn't get to do anything. I didn't like learn new ways to play my character. They just got hit by everything. And so, okay, I learned that maybe my mix-ups are good and they work and I can use them against people, but sometimes when you slaughter somebody like that, like, you learn less about it, right? What's good about it is you get the positive reinforcement. Like, okay, these things work. I can do this. I have the ability to pull off this mix-up. I have the muscle memory, etc., etc. But that's not necessarily that doesn't mean that you're improving, right? So again, when you're playing a fighting game, like the goal when you're fighting somebody is you have to take the information that your opponent is giving you. If at any point in time I ask you, why'd you do that? You're like, I don't know. Right? Like, or I was hoping he would get hit by this. That is a mistake. Now, a valid answer that's in the similar vein is, I am so frazzled right now, I don't know what's going on. I just needed to throw out something to kill time for me to reorient myself. That's absolutely valid because, again, there's a purpose to it, not necessarily based on what the opponent is doing, but you're doing it because you're just like, I just need to reorient myself. Holy crap. Like I said, sometimes I will dash backwards or jump backwards against the Dulcim because I want to reset because I was getting slaughtered in the middle. Like, that's a valid answer. But again, as you're trying to fight the opponent, as you're trying to mix them up, why did you do this? And when you watch me play, all these little master rank things that I'm doing right now, you'll often hear, I'm like, wait, I don't, like, what am I, like, how do I make this situation work for me? Or like, okay, he keeps doing this and he keeps avoiding it, but I don't know how to stop that. Like, I actually, like, out loud be like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do to prevent that, right? It's not like, damn it, I got outplayed. He's doing, like, I'm literally like, I have a lack of knowledge. I don't actually know what I'm supposed to do there. And so until the both of you are adapting to each other constantly, nobody is being outplayed. In fact, I would say that in a lot of the situation up to like gold, you know, you're really just kind of winning against other people and losing against other people based off of knowledge gaps. Like, you're going up because they have a knowledge gap, you have knowledge gap. Whose knowledge gap turned out to hurt them the most, that's who the person who loses. But as you get better and you start picking up on what it is that other people do, it really changes the way that you look at fighting games. It's one of the biggest walls that people run into. And that's why whenever I teach people fighting games from the very beginning, I always say fighting games are a two-player game. Fighting games are a two-player game because I know that your decision should be based on them. And so if I say that early on, you're just going to be like, this sounds scary, you know, but if I'm like, okay, fighting games are a two-player game, you're always fighting against another person. It's kind of vague, but as long as you keep it in mind, as long as I keep repeating it as you're learning, as you get better, you'll be like, oh God, that's right. This is what James meant by this is a two-player game. Like as you keep growing, like what I say, which made sense back then, will start to make way more sense as you keep going, you know? And that's one of the keys of fighting games. That's absolutely one of the keys of fighting games. You have to learn how to evaluate your opponent and then know your character well enough that you have the counter right there, right? Sometimes you'll be fighting something and maybe you've never done it before, but you're like, I know my character can do this, and in similar situations I've done this. This will probably work to counter it. And then it does. And you're like, sick, you know, but again, if you're blocking something over and over and over again and you never adapt, you're gonna lose and you're gonna die and you're gonna be like, that thing is cheap. But again, the other axiom that I always say, if something was truly cheap and unstoppable, everybody would be doing it in the Capcom Pro Tour and Capcom would nerf it. But if somebody is spamming something on you and you have no idea how to beat it and you're like, that thing's so cheap, it's broken, you can't do anything about it. But everybody you watch who is using the exact same character as you are, if you're a Manon player and you see Idom playing, or you're a Kimberly player and you see Psycho or Shine playing, and if they're not dying to that thing over and over and over and over again, the problem is with you. It's harsh to say it, and it's mean and it's cruel, but that's what's gonna get you to move forward. Because the other players don't have more hit points. They don't have better armor or equipment. They don't do more damage than you. They're using the exact same character. And when they pick a character on the character select screen, that is exactly the same character you are picking on your character select screen. And if they are not finding themselves dying to that thing that's super broken, it's not super broken. Again, there is an answer to everything. That's a corollary of this. There is always an answer to it. Oh, I guarantee you there's an answer to it. And if there's not, then it's dominating the Capcom Pro Tour and it'll probably get patched. That's how you have to see it. Because, yeah, it absolutely can happen that something is super broken. But then we would see it being broken. And then Capcom will probably patch it. So, unless that's happening, whatever you're losing to isn't broken, isn't unfair. And there's a solution. And as long as you keep that in mind, that's how you keep growing. You will take the time, and again, training mode is about discovery, not practicing your combos. It's about discovery. And if you enjoy that discovery, if you're like, oh shit, oh that works to beat it, oh that's kind of cool. And then you fight either that same guy online, you run into him again, or you run into somebody else, and they try that trick on you, and the thing that you practiced works, and you had the optimal combo afterwards, and you blow it up, dude, you feel like a god. You feel like a god. It's so cool. You're like, I practice this counter. Oh, he's gonna do it. Let me see. And it works, and you're just like, dude, I am the best. I am literally the best, right? Like, that happens. It happens. It's great. It's great. I love that feeling. I love that feeling. And so as long as you keep that kind of energy to learn, to discover, and to understand that most of your losses are going to be due to a knowledge gap, it actually is easy to get stronger. Like, I don't want to say it that way because I never want to undersell how hard it is to get good at fighting games. But there are some people who just show up in fighting games and they become good instantly. And it's because that's their mindset right away. They're like, oh, sick, how do I beat that? Let me try, let me test, and then they figure it out. Like, they just have that joy of discovering things and figuring out the solution. And sometimes the solution's not cool, like you're like, it sucks, but at least I survive, you know, kind of a thing. But like, surviving is a victory, right? The thing that you died to all the time, if you can block it and succeed and you didn't realize, oh, the low hits super fast, but the overhead hits a little later, so I can fuzzy guard this a little bit. And so now that thing that was killing you before, the mix-up won't kill you anymore because you have this knowledge. And even though you don't get to blow them up for it, you don't get hit by it, that's a success. That is absolutely a success. So, I haven't been looking at the chat, so give me a second to catch up to the chat over here. Let's see. Reminds me of the Game Grumps moment where Aaron is like, that's like if we were playing baseball, you didn't tell me what first base was. Yeah, there's like a whole like baseball video that where they do like all the saying that this is just like, should I pitch this? He's probably thinking this, so I'm gonna do this. And it's just like all fighting game players watch that video and are like, yup. Oh man. Let's see here. It was me in SF4 days. I played Dan because I actually disagreed that he was bottom tier. People didn't like playing me because I'd win sometimes. Dude, my whole career was based on that. I always picked low tier characters because I was really good and I could make the low tier character better than the character should have been. And nobody knows how to fight that character because nobody uses them. That was like my whole fighting game career early on until I was finally, I think it was around Alpha 3 that I was like, no, fuck this, I'm picking top tier. Because I got sick of it. And then in the middle of Alpha 3, I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm playing low tier. And I played Mika. I don't know what I was doing. But I'm like, most of my fighting game career is based off of playing low tier characters. I wish I didn't like so many fighting games and have so many hobbies. I can't dedicate myself to one game. And you know what? It's not that bad because a lot of the lessons that you learn from one game do carry over if you focus on those kind of fundamental things. And honestly, if you learn, like, again, why is it that Justin can pick up a game and just start killing everybody right away, even though he knows nothing about the game, doesn't know the systems, and like, he's like, you're like, why aren't you ever using this really overpowered mechanic? And Justin wins because he knows how to read the opponent. He knows what to learn from them, how to learn, and then he's like, well, I have this in this game that kind of acts like what this does in the other game. I'll try this, and it works. He's like, sick. And then, like, he doesn't care. So, like, when he started winning all the Killer Instinct tournaments, the first year Killer Instinct came out, he was like, yeah, I just do small combos that only have one break window because I don't care about the combo breaker game. He's like, I'm going to beat them in neutral anyway. So I don't want to play that game. I don't want to give them the chance to break me or whatever. So I'm just going to do these short combos. And I'm just going to keep beating them because I'm better at the neutral and reading opponents and mixing them up, etc. He just had the tools that he recognized were good in other games, and this is kind of the same, so he can use it. But the fact that he can read the players is universal, right? And so even if you jump between games, as long as you are continuing to practice that, to learn that, to flex that muscle, the evaluation muscle, you'll be fine. It's okay. Intermediate Tekken is literally, where is the gap in your knowledge? Yes. God, I hate that. I'm of the mind where it's okay to enjoy a blowout. Not every game can be a mind-opening experience. Yeah, it makes, like I said, it makes you feel good, and you need that positive reinforcement a lot of times. Like, yes, this is working. Cool, this is neat. Okay, this works. Like, there's a lot of positive reinforcement. I do better learning fighting games by playing people not as strong as me, because it makes me understand what it is that people are like. It makes me realize things work. I play better through positive reinforcement. I know this mix-up works because I was able to do this on this person. Makes me better than I tried to do it. My opponent is Justin Wong. He blocks it every single time. I think it doesn't work and I never use it again, even though it's actually good and it's fucking Justin Wong. like, yeah, there's definitely some benefits from that. So for sure. Especially in the same rank, you know, learning from the close games and losses, but revel in the blowouts. Sometimes you gotta enjoy that Big Mac fighting game experience. Yes, it's true. It's true. People are saying that Maya's broken. Maya's not winning everything, but she is kind of overpowered. But again, in the grand scheme of things, with how many fighting games I've played, Maya is the weakest top tier character I've ever seen in a fighting game. She is privileged because she just doesn't have any weaknesses and she gets away with so much, like everything combos. It's really annoying, but like she's no CVS1 Nako. So she's not winning everything. Same thing when people are like, modern controls are cheap. No one's winning with modern controls. And you know what? All the Japanese players tried it. Tokido played Modern 10 at some point. People are using modern controls and they're not winning with it. You can't call modern controls cheap if it's not giving people free wins. If you're losing the modern controls because they can react to everything, that means you refuse to adapt. You see it all the time when I play. When I run into a modern player, I try something and they do something, I'm like, oh God, that's right, he's a modern player. I can't get away with this, so let me do something different. I try to bait their reactions out. I don't know how many times I've killed modern players with Kimberly by doing empty OD run from half a screen away. I just do empty OD run and then it's level 3 and I'm like, peace, you know, like you learn, again, like instead of thinking it as they're broken because they're using this, you play them like, oh, this human has amazing reactions and he anti-airs me every single time. Like, you just pretend you're playing against the human who has really good reactions and you'll run into classic players who play that way. I fought classic players that I could never jump on. And so instead of just being like, oh, this is cheap, blah, 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 like you just learn to adapt to that. I'm now going down this is a crazy reaction player branch of the tree. I'm going down the reaction player branch and I go from there and I have different ways to fight them. I may lose anyway. I may win. It doesn't matter. You know that this is something that you can fight against. Right, exactly. Quick man, you mentioned Tekken 7 Leroy, and that's the example I always give. When you say something is broken, when you see 7 of the top 8 at Evo Japan is Leroy, that's what it looks like when something is broken. When 6 of the top 8 of MKX, of MK10 was Tanya at CEO, that's what it looks like when something is broken. And it's so bad that it apparently made Ed Boon so angry that after the top 8, he got up and called the team and was like, you have to nerf Tanya now, because I do not want this to happen at Evo. Like, that's how bad it was. So if you say something is cheap and that happens, then you're correct. Oh, man. Kenjuro, yes, in Samurai Showdown, the first year. Holy crap. Yeah, it's hard for me to think I can't do these things because they're modern so they can input super on reaction faster or whatever. Yeah, again, that's the experience. As soon as I fight someone that I know is modern, I know I can't jump on them randomly. I know I can't do a move that charges in front of their face and expect them to block it or something like that. Like, I already know the kind of things that I shouldn't have to, that I can't do anymore. Again, that comes with experience because now what I'm doing is I'm learning that, right? I've learned where situations that modern gives them the advantage. And a lot of times, like I said, I'll take advantage of that, right? Like against modern players, I can bait out with DPs with Kimberly by doing jump down medium punch a lot easier than I can on a lot of other people. you know, because I already kind of I've built up this repertoire of, oh, this is what modern players can do as an advantage. So as soon as I run into one of them, I just immediately go down modern player branch, you know, so now I can't do these things. That's kind of what you do, right? And that's the way it works, so. It's frustrating, but you have to accept that you're playing a game on its terms. You can either accept what the game's terms are, or you can ignore them, play them like they don't exist, and then cry when you knew what wouldn't work doesn't work. Yeah, basically. That's why, like, every time I talk about Street Fighter 6, I'm like, or any game, it's like, this is the game we're playing. And like I said, in that one video I did recently, you know, what you don't hear from Japan is, this thing is cheap, please patch it. This thing is cheap, nerf it. It was like, Mai is really cheap. Let's all play Mai. Ed is really cheap. Let's all play Ed. Drive rushes are really scary. Let's all drive rush, right? Like, they don't like it, but this is the game that they play. And they learn how to fight it. Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? All right, that's the end of the stream here, because somebody needs food. Somebody needs food. Hi. Hi. Oh, hi, Nathan. Do you recognize me with my hair all short now? Oh, of course you do. Of course you do, because I'm that same annoying guy who picks you up and hugs you to death all the time. Hi, Nathan. Whoa. Oh, this cat is so cute. Why? I'm not gonna be one of those guys who says, like, this cat is the cutest cat in the world. He's pretty damn cute, and for me, he will always be one of the cutest cats in the world. Oh, what a boy. What a little baby. Yeah, screw it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. What time is it? Yeah, it's 12:15. We can do this. Let's go. Stream went long, but you know what? Let's do this here. Which Street Fighter would you consider the best one? Would I consider the best one? I mean, this is a loaded question. Do you mean best as in, like, this is such a solid game, well balanced, like, oh, this is really, or like, this is just my favorite one because the bullshit in this game is the bullshit that I like. Right? That's always the thing. Cats don't really use their scent to ID people as well as dogs can. And also, when you have cats, domestic cats, and they don't hunt and all that stuff, just like playing fighting games, they're not exercising that olfactory muscle. And so actually cats that are indoor cats especially, their sense of smell gets a little bit like, they don't rely on it. Let's just put it that way. Because a lot of times I'll have like treats on my hand and it's like literally on the palm of my hand and he keeps licking my fingers because that's where he's found the treats before. And I'm like, Nathan, it's on my palm, it's on my palm. I put the palm in front of his face and then he goes and licks my finger. And I'm like, dude, don't you have like some superior sense of smell to humans? You know, like, it's really funny. Oh man. If I had to really, truly pick which Street Fighter I think is the best in terms of I like all its bullshit and it's balanced and it's really solidly made and all that stuff like that. Again, it's hard for me to move away from nostalgia, but my answer would, if I had to pick it kind of like that, I would say Hyper Fighting. I would say Street Fighter 2 Hyper Fighting is the best Street Fighter. And it's a weird answer, but I think that game is like fucking solid as hell. And it's way better than Street Fighter 2. And it's considerably less bullshit than Super Turbo. Even though Super Turbo is one of my favorite ones to play, despite the bullshit. But I love Hyper Fighting. And it has a lot of balance. There are bad matchups, you can't escape it, but there aren't like a lot of shitty characters, and It's fun, it's brutal, but it's honest and all this stuff. Like, it's just, it's so good. It's so good. Oh, God. Why are you like this, Nathan? Oh, my God, you're so cute. Jesus Christ, you're so cute. All right. Here we go. Let me mute my microphone first. Okay, let's see. Do I got this? Yeah, okay. Oh my God, this cat. Why? Why are you like this, Nathan? Why are you like this? Ugh. Oh. Yeah, for a lot of ways, like, I think is like flawed, and there's a lot that I don't like about it, but I also recognize like it's really good at certain things. I wouldn't say it's my favorite. In fact, it's probably on the lower half. But like I said, I recognize what makes that game really good. There is definitely, like I said, some weaknesses involved in it. But it is a game that has something for everyone. So like a lot of Street Fighters these days are, hey, this is the game, and if you don't like this, tough. But Street Fighter 4 is like, I hate execution, play Bison. I like mind games, play Ryu. I like execution, play Sakura or Gen or Viper. I like just characters that can go ham and go nuts and go crazy. There's Dudley and there, you know, like, regardless of who you are, there's a character for you in the game. And we have not had a fighting game, let alone a Street Fighter, like that in a long time. Long time. So, the Zero series is interesting because the Zero series has the problem that if you like Alpha 2, you hate Alpha 3. If you like Alpha 3, you hate Alpha 2. Like, there's very few people who like... So, the problem with the Zero series is that I don't consider it a series. Because Zero 1, 0 2, and 0 3 are all just not even remotely close to being the same game. So, I can't, like, ever lump them in the same category as a series. Like, I don't think that that's a real thing. I don't think that it's actually a series, basically. Hi, Nathan. Oh my god, I can't use the mouse. I can't. Okay, there we go. I got it. Oh, Jesus, Nathan. All right, let's feed you. You want food? Are you hungry, Nathan? You ready for food? All right, let's go. Oh, what a goofy cat. All right, let's feed him here. I gotta do something here. I'm gonna mute this. Can you hear me still? Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Oh, and Jasmine heard the kissy noises. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. Meow. All right, let's go. Let's go feed cats. Let us feed some adorbs cats here. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine. Oh, what a girl. Hi, Jasmine. Oh, what a good girl. All right. Okay. This. Oh God, that's too much. But you know what? Nathan needs it. He needs the water. You're gonna be eating some soup, Nathan. That's what you're gonna be eating here. Again, as a reminder to everybody, I can't see the chat when I'm doing this, so if you're asking me any questions or saying anything, I will not be unable to answer the question. Oops. Yeah, Nathan, you know when you hear that, that is That is signal for almost time to get your food, but I got food on my fingers that I'm trying to get into the bowl, and I did not succeed. So it's fine. Go. Okay. All right. 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 Quit your fussing. Quit your yapping and whining. Here's your food. Go eat your food. There we go. Nathan jumps on top of the fridge, as always. Hi. Good boy. Good boy. You know what, Jasmine? You're a good girl, too. You're a good girl. Eat your food. Eat your food. All right. So now I'm going to do this again. Oh, that's not how I do that. Sorry. I have to do this. There we go. Hi. Hello, everybody. Here we go. While I do a little cleaning. Oh, I'm tired. Okay. Can you get? I hope you guys heard that through the microphone. He's going. I don't know why he does that, but it's so funny. Every time I walk up to him, I think he's like checking to see if I have treats or something. Good boy. Good boy. What a boy. What a boy. What a boy. I don't know what the difference between these are. Anyways, there he is. Hi. Look at him. Look at him. Dude, you done with the food already, dude? Oh, you're done. Okay. Time for you to vulture. You're just going to check to see if Jasmine is done with her food. Oh, you know what? We never get to hang out with Jasmine. It's really interesting because Jasmine really likes juice. So whenever there's a lot of gravy or whatever on the food, she tends to lick all the gravy off of her food, and then it leaves everything dry, and then she sometimes doesn't like the dry food after. Like the wet food becomes dry food, and she just like stops eating sometimes, which is why Nathan's gotten so good at vulturing, because she often does leave him good stuff. But there are also giant chunks of dry food in there that I add to her wet food, because those are the dental bites, basically. Because the health scare that she had earlier in the year was actually just like teeth problems, and my dentist was saying, and the dentist was saying, the cat dentist was saying that, you know, she has plaque buildup and stuff. So make her eat a little bit of those dental bites that are supposed to be really hard to crunch, and they help get the plaque off their teeth like that. How come we don't have that? How come humans don't have tasty snacks that help clean the plaque? Oh, Jasmine, what are you doing? No, Jasmine. Eat your food. Eat your food. Am I distracting you? You can't leave all that. Nathan is not allowed to eat that much food. All right, I'm going to leave her alone. Okay. All right, Jasmine. You know what's weird? No, come on, Jasmine. Come on. Eat your food. Okay, here, let me add some water to this really quick and soup it up a little bit more for her. But there is some part of me that, like, when she gets this way, you'll notice that every time she walks away from her food, like, I don't know if it's just me being a conspiracy theorist or whatever like that, but like, she'll look up at Nathan on the fridge. And I don't know if there's like some sort of cat communication going on, and Nathan's just like, I'm hungry. And Jasmine is just being her motherly self, and she looks up at him and is like, all right, here, I'll leave you some food. But a lot of times when she does that walk away, she turns and looks at Nathan. But I just don't want her to be malnourished, and I don't want Nathan to be overnourished. And it's a good sign seeing Jasmine sit down like that. Oh, yep, see, she's looking up. It's weird. She always looks up in that direction. She is a very caring cat, though. She really is. A very motherly cat. She would have made an amazing mother. But I know we have to control the cat population, so gotta spay and neuter your pets. I am basically being Bob Barker now. Dude. She eats so slow. She doesn't gobble her food up. Like Nathan eats like he's never eaten before. If I had videos of him eating, Jasmine, come on, eat your food. Eat your food. Yeah, come on. And trust me, this is not a Jasmine is low appetite kind of thing, because she alternates between this and also just like scarfing everything down. What are you doing? Are you eating stuff off of the mat? Don't do that, Jasmine. Oh, Jasmine, you're a funny cat. If she walks away again, Nathan gets the rest. Sometimes when she stops eating the food, I'll like add a little water to it to juice it up a little, and I bring it back down, and she just walks up to it, looks at it, and she's like, this is the same thing, and walks away. Oh, man. She literally gives me this look like, this is the same food. You didn't change anything. What the hell? I know. I said when I first got these cats and I was streaming off of my MacBook, one of the things I used to always say when I was streaming my cats eating is that I love watching animals eat. That really hasn't changed much. It's just that when animals eat, like, well, except in this case, I guess sometimes, but you know, they always looks like that. Everything they eat is so tasty and so good, and they're so excited and happy. I might have to change her food. Honestly, I do. I should change her food because she's over 10 now. So I have to switch into the senior food. This is something I got to think about. So if I change her food, maybe she'd be a little more excited, and maybe getting food for senior cats might actually make her happy or something, or maybe it'll have the right things that work for older cats right now. But it is crazy to me that I've had these cats for like 12 years now. It's kind of scary. Oh, see, she looked at him again. He's still there. Oh my God, dude. I was not looking through my camera, but I looked at Nathan, and when I panned up there, his face literally looked like he was just like, "Are you mocking me? Are you mocking my hunger?" He looks so focused right now. Holy crap, he looks so focused. Can I do this? Oh, I can. Maybe? No, it doesn't look like I can really zoom in. Okay. He looks so serious right now. Oh my God, it's hilarious. God, a cat. Oh my God. He's too adorable. And see, this is what I'm worried about. Like when we saw Jasmine walk away from the food really earlier, I just don't want her to be malnourished. I don't want her to like not eat enough. But see, at least this point, she's eaten most of it. And so I'm okay at this point. Good girl. Good girl. All yours, Nathan. I'm looking at you. You don't have to look at me. You can come down and eat. Good. Whoops, sorry. Didn't mean to scare you. Didn't mean to scare you. Yeah, look at you. Look at you. Polishing off the food there. God, he eats so damn fast. Do you chew, Nathan? I gave him those dental bites one time. I swear to God, he just didn't even crunch it with his teeth, and he just swallowed the whole thing. I was like, what is your problem, Nathan? Jesus Christ. Acts like I've never fed him in his entire life. As soon as he's done, I feel like he's going to just look at me, walk up to me, and meow and hope I give him some treats or something like that. Because I feed them treats a lot while sitting down on the kitchen tile like this. So he's going to look up at me and meow and then walk over to me or something like that. And like start rubbing his head on my hands or something like that. That's my prediction right now. That's my fighting game read right now. There's nothing left, Nathan. You've licked the bowl as clean as you can. Oh my God. Like, if it wasn't a cat, I'd almost be embarrassed. Like, oh my God, what is wrong with you? Come on, Nathan, really? This is what you're doing? You're licking the side of the bowl? Come on, Nathan. Oh, okay. Well, he rubbed on my knee right there. All right, here you go. Oh, good boy. Good boy. Oh, come here, Nathan. Come here, Nathan. Oh, oh man. Oh man. Okay. Oh man. What a good boy. What a good boy. You're a good girl. He's like, what is going on? You've never done this before. All right. Okay. And with that, I think it's time to call it a night. So, I don't know which one's better. Sorry. Okay. Let me just do this here. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. What the heck? What's going on? Am I making it to Frosties? I'm gonna try to. Definitely gonna try to. For sure, for sure, for sure. So, all right. In any case, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for watching. Appreciate you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the super uber detailed analysis of what was going on over here. But yeah, outside of that, if you appreciate it, please like and subscribe. And especially on Twitch, if you can subscribe. I'm trying to, I keep forgetting to set up the analogous subscription service on YouTube. It's just one of those things that I know I need to do, and then like I just like my brain makes me do all these other things. But I'll try to get that soon. But if you guys do appreciate this content, a sub on Twitch goes a long way. So you know, would appreciate that very, very much. Starting tomorrow. Oh God, you know, the problem is like I wanted to do this a bunch of the days, but I actually have work on some of these days, so I might not be able to do what I wanted. So I wanted to play a bunch of Silent Hill 2. Maybe tomorrow I'll just stream a bunch of Silent Hill 2 and see what happens or something like that. And maybe I'll play it like throughout the night, because then I will get myself into Chengdu time schedule, you know? Hey, thank you, V-Dash. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Appreciate you very much. But maybe, you know, if I play Silent Hill 2 throughout the night, I'll actually get into Chengdu, you know, hours so that I can actually be awake during that. We'll see what happens. In any case, thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate you guys. And I know you appreciate me, because the day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me,
it was Tuesday.
Now, before you guys go anywhere, I guess there's not too many viewers on here. I was gonna do a raid, but I'm tired and I want to get some sleep, so I'm gonna go ahead and call it. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna go ahead and shut down the stream. I'll see you guys later. Peace.